Good morning.
Molweni. Oimora. And where I come from, they say Wado. 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 It is with pleasure and pride that I welcome you to this another installment in these high-level and highly valuable, intensely intellectual, very promising engagements at the University of Zululand as we continue our march towards establishing ourselves as a distinct African university rather than an outpost of another kind of university. As we continue this glorious, arduous march towards impressing on ourselves and the whole world that we are indeed a node for African thought. I want to thank you for coming. I want to apologize for the brief delay. It is hoped that as we progress, we shall ensure that we keep strictly to time as much as is possible. I am happy to recognize in absentia the distinguished Vice Chancellor of the University of Zululand, no other than Professor Uliswa Mtose, under whose auspices we are here, whose office is the organizer and the host of this activity. We want to take the opportunity to appreciate her very commendable leadership, especially in this project. We are also happy to have in our midst the distinguished Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, who already is in our midst, Professor Alusha Shokane. It's not wrong if you clap. It's not wrong. Some people seem like they wanted to clap. It won't be wrong. We are happy also to have in our midst other members of the leadership of the university and the faculty. I'm pleased to recognize the presence of Professor Moyo, Director of the Richards Bay Campus. Professor. We also have the Director of CMD in our midst. And of course, our distinguished Deputy Deans, Deputy Dean Teaching and Learning Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Professor Butelezi. Our Deputy Dean Research and Internationalization, Professor Kevin Naidu, is here, I've seen him. All our distinguished leaders, HODs. I'm sure online, let me do a little strategic nepotism here by recognizing the HOD of the Department of English, Dr. Lucas Mafu. Please clap for him, please. I send him things to sign, so it's very important, please. And of course, we have other HODs. Please pardon me if I do not cover the list, but I'd like to recognize Professor Steen, Professor Rotenbach, and the one I call my leader, Dr. Pele, Professor Mwango, Dr. Ntuli, and am I missing anyone? And another Dr. Ntuli, and Professor Figele Pitwani. I hope I'm not missing anyone. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Professor Metru. Am I right? And all colleagues, distinguished as you are, all colleagues online. I see several colleagues online. Tabiseng, Mukutla, Z Postniman. We have at least 29 online at the moment. We welcome you. We appreciate your presence. We thank you for coming. Without further ado, I'm going to invite for the opening remarks the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Sciences, of Social Sciences, Professor Shokan.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. Program Director. Good morning and welcome, dear colleagues and the colleagues who have joined us online. In absentia, I would like to acknowledge our Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor X. Mdose, the Executive Management, our Deputy Vice Chancellors, Professor Gunene, Professor Chata, and Professor Nomlomo, and all the university management. I'm also noting Professor Moyo, our Director of Richards Bay Campus in our midst here, and especially a word of welcome and appreciation to Professor Siepe. Prof, you know, I always tell you that when I see you, I become strong. You know what I mean? He's still in our midst to facilitate this workshop for us. Colleagues, I'm here to welcome you to these orientation workshops for the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, specifically on the North of African thought. This workshop is important as it is in line with the strategic goal of the University of Zululand as the North of African thought. And as we all know that UniZulu has positioned itself as a North of African thought, which is a unique feature that differentiates it from other universities, which simply make the claim to be African universities. And I believe today, as we deliberate, we'll be able to reimagine African thought in our business, in our academic spaces, specifically to unpack what does it mean when we say African thought, specifically for our teaching and learning, for when we conduct research, and when we involve in our community engagement activities. Briefly, we know that African society over the past half century did not have yet realized their desired goal of liberation under the post-colonial conditions, the reasons which I believe are well known. And it's important this for the university, specifically for our Vice Chancellor, to make sure that we're able to interrogate this animal which we call decolonization in higher education, which is essential for the academic project to deal with all subtle forms of colonization in epistemologies and ontologies associated with knowledge production. As the university focuses on becoming a true node of African thought, this orientation workshop is necessary to provide strategic guidance on how to unpack this intellectual project. The university has done a lot of work so far, colleagues, on embarking on a journey to become a node of African thought. And this finds its expression in its strategic plan of becoming authentic African university. In this case, the university has held a series of workshops in pursuance of this objective. The most recent one was with the university management. The current workshop is intended to cascade this discussion at the faculty level. This workshop builds on many other initiatives that have been undertaken also in our faculty colleagues. So in a way, I'm not sure, Prof. Siepe, if this will also allow us to consolidate efforts and optimize all the capacity and the skills that I hear from the colleagues. But we believe as the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, we are better placed to deal with this intellectual project, colleagues. The canon of thought is in all the disciplines of social sciences and humanities in the Western universities based on the knowledge produced by a few, which we know in countries which are usually in Europe, Italy, France, Germany, England, and the States. And Prof. Apome, you know, we always deliberate on these issues. But we believe as the University of Zululand We have to recenter Africa as an authentic site of knowledge production and pedagogic discourse and African people as agents. However, progress cannot be done only in the Faculty of Humanities. All the faculties of the university, I think they are coming on board, and the whole university actually, they'll get this orientation. And this will require multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary approach across all sectors to ensure excellence in all our business and academic endeavors. We are very grateful to the Office of the Vice Chancellor for her coordinating team, as well as Professor Siepe and your team of organizers for this remarkable team spirit they've provided as to the faculty to orientate us on this workshop and putting together an engaging program. Colleagues, as you share in dialogue and contribute towards the North of African thought, I sincerely hope that you'll enjoy this 3-day workshop through debate, participation, involvement, and networking. Thank you for your participation, and I wish you a fruitful engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Dean. That's a very appropriate welcome for us. And now I saved this for the last. I'd like to introduce and to invite our guest, who is also a kind of host because we are not unfamiliar with him, the person of Professor Sipho Siepe. He is a higher education and strategy consultant. And as we all know, was until recently the Deputy Vice Chancellor Institutional Support right here at this university. And it is while he occupied that position that actually these steps that we are taking commenced. And he did perform his role as a leader in this regard quite creditably before he left the university. He is a physicist by training and holds 2 master's degrees in physics from the University of the Witwatersrand and in technology and education from Harvard University, Cambridge, Massachusetts in the US. He also holds a PhD from the University of the Northwest. He's a recipient of several scholarships, the most prestigious being the Harvard Fellowship and the Senior Research Fulbright Fellowship in the US. Before returning to the academy, he served as a special advisor in a number of ministries, public service and administration, human settlement, communications, and defense and military veterans. Professor Siepe is a former associate political editor and columnist for the Mail and Guardian, and he continues to write in the press for those who follow. His scholastic contribution includes the following publications: Unmasking the Politics of Mass Deception, 2022, and Tertiary Institutional Transformation in South Africa Revisited in 2020. With pleasure, I'd like to invite to the podium Professor Sipho Siepe.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will not do the honor of acknowledging people because that's already been done, but I would also like to join my colleagues who have spoken about the contribution that the Vice Chancellor continues to make in the reshaping and reconfiguration of the university. As a point of entry, it is important to historicize our engagement. And as the program director spoke, about this being another installment. It is important because it humbles us to understand that we are joining forces with many other people who have shared this same vision. And in that, I would like to start by quoting what, or paraphrase what the former president, Nelson Mandela, said in his book, The Long Walk to Freedom. He says, I have walked that long road to freedom. I've tried not to falter. I have made the missteps along the way. But I discovered that after climbing a great hill, there are many more hills to climb. I'll leave it there. But what is important is to understand that we are engaged in a long struggle. And from time to time, we'll be able to climb one hill. But as soon as you're done, you discover that there are many more hills to climb. One of the hills that we're able to climb as Africans and also South Africans is to engage in the struggle against colonialism and apartheid. With that gone, then we realize that there's another hill to climb. And those who know, they will tell you that this hill will be even more difficult. They say, if you thought the political struggle was difficult, wait until you get involved in what we call the cultural and intellectual struggle, the struggle to shape the future. Those who are students of Marx will also remember what he said about ideas. And it's still also very critical at this point in time, that the ruling ideas in every epoch are the ideas of the ruling class. The class that controls the means of production, material production, controls at the same time the means of intellectual production. What we are talking about here is that those who control the master narrative, they control the past, they control the present, and they control the future. Because when one talks about the master narrative, you talk about that which guides thought, guides beliefs, values, and behavior. And it comes down to being paraphrased as the centrality of ideas has always been the most important ingredient in people's struggles. As they say, what we think, we become. But if we don't control that which we think, we can never realize our true humanity. Because it is through ideas that we can turn those ideas into words. And we can take those words and turn them into action. And the repeated action leads to habit. And it is in how we conduct ourselves on a daily basis that we create a character. And the character is what ultimately defines our destiny. So today, as we embark on this new struggle, the struggle for cultural reclamation, it's important to understand that this is yet just another mountain that we have to climb. And in doing so, we must also try to build our own narratives, but also build our own archives. What I'm going to talk about here is a result of the contribution of many other people. A few years, almost more than a quarter of a century, I organized a similar conference at the University of Venda, out of which came a book called Black Perspectives on Tertiary Institutional Transformation, in which I invited some of the best minds in the country to rethink and on what should the higher education look like in the new South Africa. And that book was written and put together at the time when we were still crazy and when we were still in a euphoric stage of the so-called New South Africa, which, as we later discovered, almost 30 years later, that there is a little that can be said to be very new in South Africa. And I had the privilege of also asking those colleagues that after spending another 25 years, what is your reflection of the path we have traveled? And those colleagues decided, and I asked them to put together their own experiences. And I sought to capture that in this book called Tertiary Institutional Transformation in South Africa Revisited. So I was pleased to have had the opportunity to engage with people and to live long enough to say, what have we done with that promise? And Kwesi Pra, writing a blurb, said about this book, the challenges which South African higher education faces are both topically diverse and historically marked by the legacies of its colonial and apartheid past. Transcending these conditions in order to reach emancipatory, inclusive, and developmental absolution will continue to test our creative and intellectual expertise, ingenuity, and judgment, unquote. And this is what you are called upon to do, to participate in this journey where we try to reach an emancipatory, inclusive, and developmentally apt solutions for our country. As Professor Shokani indicated, this work that we are embarking on has a history. And that history starts with the university deciding in its strategic plan to be a node for African thought. And of course, that description was penal beaten to move from the initial thoughts to where we could actually put it as a way of becoming. And that Professor Moyo was helpful with the language there to indicate the notion of for African thought as a state of becoming, as indicating a journey or a destiny that we would like to have with history, or what you can call the rendezvous with history. The description by the university on that was followed by the 22 inaugural International Conference on African Thought and Decolonization. And that also culminated into a book. And we have here Mr. Ratau. I'm also saying these things as a way of also giving people tasks and giving ourselves tasks that it should not be only a discussion. It must also culminate into a book. We cannot be taking ourselves seriously if we do not make sure that that which we talk about, that when we spend time, we then begin to say, what is it that we've discussed? And we make sure that we write and put it on paper. So I hope at the end of this engagement at the faculty level, we'll come up with a book. And Professor Shokani has been very, and the previous dean have been very active in making sure that our words find expression, and we immortalize them in a sense that tomorrow when you are not there, people can read what we have actually come across and what we have actually put on paper. And as part of the process, we invited a scholar by the name of Professor Ndlovu Gacheni to take leadership of the university around the notion of coloniality and decoloniality. And it was upon that, after that, that the VC decided to say, this is a matter that should actually be part of the entire well, the VC decided that these discussions cannot be left at the level of management. It should cascade down to the faculties, because one of the big mistakes we've made, even in the notion of transformation, we have assumed that by populating different people in key position, that will amount to transformation. But the real transformation occurs in the classroom. That's where the damage occurs. That if you're not going to intervene into what the academics do on a daily basis, having a Black vice chancellor is not enough. Actually, there are times when it has been proven in some cases to have been a problem, because some of those are chosen precisely because they make no changes. So this discussion is really about making sure that we can cascade those discussions to the level that the VC had felt that it becomes very important that we move with great speed to deal with it. I don't know if when I change the slides, whether it works, because I don't see it here. Can you guys help me? Okay, I'll do it this way. So when it comes to the idea of African university, I seem to have a problem with this. Can we just, it's not moving.
Actually, it's not even showing on the video. The video, this video is and it's not showing. The video on the other side. If you see
this one.
Yeah, no, I just want to make it that it moves, but it says the video is not showing.
not showing. It is in the slide. Now we need to go back to the slide.
Sure.
Which one is it? Is this one? Sure.
Yeah. That's it. But it's not.
No.
Yeah. You know, one of the things, Professor Shogun, when the guys at Space Station, when they take at Kennedy Space Station, before you go into space, the scientists are expected and project managers to make sure that when there's a decision to go into space, everything, all the data are in a row. And that also includes that the people should also be able to check the weather because it's a major investment. And if the space shuttle does not take place, does not take off, all the people who were working there, they all submitted their resignation. They don't wait to be fired. And I'm saying this to you, Sianda, to know that in other countries, your head would be on the block because the errors like this are never allowed, just like being late, you know. So what we decided is that we are going to ensure that we have what you call faculty-based workshops to ask ourselves fundamental questions. And one of those fundamental questions is really around the issue of knowledge production. What we also know is that despite having invested heavily in higher education and in education, Africa has a paradox of being one of the richest continents in the world, a continent that makes everybody else rich except Africa. We are a rich continent, but we're home to 80% of the poorest of the world population. And if knowledge is supposed to be helping us to develop, then surely there's something wrong with that type of knowledge. We need to resolve that paradox. And these workshops are meant to try to deal with that paradox. That how can people who are so, I mean, some people have captured it differently to talk about the resource curse. That part of the problem and our poverty lies in the fact that we're so resourced, that the countries with no resources have actually advanced faster than a continent that is so rich. So to give you the heads up of what we'll be talking about this week, which is what we touched with the executive management, is to build on Kacheni's presentation. The first part is to deal with the contemporary politics of knowledge. Second, they will be dealing with the issue of colonization. How is knowledge colonized? And then what we'll do is to deal with the history of decolonization and lessons for the university and also for the faculty. The notion of how knowledge is colonized is very important because we cannot talk about the decolonization without having dealt with the issue of colonization. Effectively, when we talk about the education that is colonized, it is more similar to where a doctor looks at the patient and then finds that there are these out of diagnosis, there are these diseases. But then you must also come up with what you call an intervention in the form of medicine. And then what we do is then to look at the prognosis of how does the patient respond to the intervention. So we're going to be having a series of these interventions to make sure that ultimately, first, that our diagnosis is correct. Secondly, that the prescription is also correct. And it's very important that we understand that it should be the right prescription in the right dose. And what we've seen is that we have talked about this, like I say, these discussions have been taking place, but the patient does not seem to get better. And you need to understand that from a medical point of view, it's quite easy. When you have a patient and say a patient suffers from malaria, if you give the patient something that has to do with flu, it's still medicine, but it does not correspond to what the patient suffers. And more of the same is not going to cure the patient. So there's a need to understand that the prescription must also be correct. But not only should the prescription be correct, it should also be adequate. And not only should it be adequate, it should also be affordable. Because if you can't afford it, it doesn't make sense. So in our prescription, you should think about the 3 A's, Is the medication appropriate? Is it adequate? Is it affordable? Without side effects, because the side effects can also come in. So, and we see those symptoms manifest themselves in a number of ways. That when you talk about side effects, you're also talking about where the patient comes out worse than when they first, So it's very important to deal with it. And it could be that we've been busy with either an inappropriate intervention, with inadequate intervention, and also with an intervention that causes more problems. Because I know in some hospitals, in another country, if you go to hospital having one disease, you come out with more and never alive. Oh, yeah, exactly. So it's important that we deal with that. And in doing so, we must also be able to craft new terminologies, new concepts. And in this, it's very important that we appropriate or we familiarize ourselves with those concepts. And some of the concepts are, well, let me put it this way, the concepts are tools that help you to deal with whatever challenge you face. It's almost like you need to have the weaponry. If you don't have the right weaponry, you'll not be able to defeat that which you are fighting against. And in this case, we're talking about issues like what is meant by epistemic justice. We talk about cognitive empire. We talk about the coloniality of knowledge, the coloniality of being, coloniality of power. Those are some of the concepts that we need to appropriate and do justice to. And once you are armed, then your battle becomes much easier. And one of the things that Kacheni raised, which I would like him to speak for himself, is the following: is what he calls the exhaustion of knowledge.
It is a question which we need really to think about very deeply. What time is it? To me, invokes a number of things. The first issue, are we sure that the knowledges which have carried us for the past 500 years are still capable of taking us into the future? Are we all satisfied that the knowledges which has carried us up to today are capable of taking us into the future? Do we see any problems with the current knowledge which we are using? Perhaps thirdly, like me and the others, do you see that the knowledge which carried us up to today is exhausted? Do we all notice that we are actually in crisis? In crisis, not here in KwaZulu-Natal, not here in South Africa, but everywhere. And the nature. It is a question which we need really to think about very deeply. What time is it? To me, involves a number of things. The first issue, are we sure that the knowledges which have carried us for the past 500 years are still capable of taking us into the future.
Yeah, let me, given that this
Are we all
is not working, let me just close it and paraphrase what Kajeni has been saying. It will be easier that way. You can follow the audio. Okay, let me, if you can follow it. Guys, can you put me back to? I don't know why. No, but those guys are fired.
I'm going back to a slide.
Yeah, slides.
Yeah. It's more like the statement. Sure, it's supposed to be
Okay. Yeah, no, I'll try to paraphrase. There are epistemological questions that had been assumed to have been settled. What Kateni raises around, again, the correctness of some of the knowledges and also some of the frameworks that we use is the sense of exhaustion from a perspective that they are no longer delivering what they're supposed to deliver. We are faced with a number of crises that are almost occurring concurrently. If you take, for instance, the financial crisis, why was it not possible for it to be anticipated? I mean, one of the bankers in the UK, and he was in the Reserve Bank, he was a highly qualified Oxford PhD. Once there was a financial crisis, he wrote a very good article on how it happened. And he was relieved of his duty because the people and government said, no, you're not appointed to tell us about how it happened. You are appointed to help us prevent it from happening. So, but what is very clear is that the economist could not anticipate that which ultimately became a global financial crisis, and that required a form of reset. The same applies with the challenge that we face in terms of climate change. Some of these things should have been anticipated to prevent us from having to act in the most paranoid fashion in terms of our response. The challenge with coronavirus was also the same. That what part of this, why is the knowledge that we have with the scientists that we have, why have they failed to anticipate that we are going to face this crisis? But these crises are continuing. And what it means that the knowledge, structure, and archives that we put together do not seem to be able to address contemporary challenges. And as a result, that has raised a number of questions. And the fundamental questions that are now being raised are simple. Where does knowledge come from? Whose knowledge is it anyway? Which talks about the canons of knowledge. What are the archives which you use to be able to deal with the challenges? And it brings us to also the geopolitics of knowledge, the relationship between power and knowledge. And the Kajeni says what it means that we need to we need to rethink thinking, and so that we can reconfigure the knowledge landscape. And the other issue that is raised is the issue of biography. What is the relationship between people's lived experience and knowledge? And if we deal with that, we'll then be able to deal with a number of some of these epistemological crises, and also understand how they manifest themselves. So the issue of epistemology, while some people thought it was settled, it is those questions are now being reopened. They are resurfacing on their own. And of course, what it does, you go back to the notions with like Eurocentrism, that the people like Asante have actually dealt with. Shokani and Masoka have also dealt with what they call Afro-sensing. What does it mean in our time? But all this is the Africans' attempt to try to deal with the question about the type of knowledge that we need to build that will take us to the next level. But in doing so, we must also understand that this is a struggle. It is not, you're not simply going to replace that which is without a contestation. You need to understand that the people have invested in your own indoctrination, and they put resources there. And when you speak out of turn, they will deal with you harshly. And Pedro, I think you understand how it goes with the right to think differently. That once you're not only going to be dealt with by your oppressors, you're also going to be dealt with by the oppressed. You know, in the sense that they have been taught quite well where to whip others into line. And you need to simply think about the people like Malcolm X, when he talks about the slaves, that you have those who were what you call house slaves, and you had those who were field slaves. And the perspective of the house slaves is that they did not want freedom. And if they hear you talking about freedom, they are the first to go and tell the master. And we do have that. I often give an example of how the oppressor succeeds in instilling a fear of God among the oppressed, in controlling the mind. And one of the examples that I witnessed as a child, and most of you would have witnessed it, is how Africans are able to police themselves. You have even some leaders going out there to talk bad about African leaders to a white audience, pretending that there's something different about them. And they fail to understand that the audience that they're talking, they're looking at this guy, that if this guy can betray his own people, why should we trust him? But the example that I give, which manifests itself in the form of mental slavery, is an example that as a child I noticed where I saw adults who were in a queue, in a line, and it was not a train station, it was not a bus station. And when I asked them, they said no, they've been arrested. And as a child, I could not see even the police. And then one of them explained that no, actually the van was full. It is going to go in to the police station to deliver others, and they will come to pick them up. And as a child, the most common thing is that you're going to run away. But for them, they understood. And those who try to move will then be pulled back. So we need to understand that when you talk about oppression, it does not happen only in terms of physical. It also, the most effective is a mental oppression of people. So those are some of the questions that we'll have to raise as we talk about the context of understanding the educational landscape. And our own policy documents are very clear in their recognition that there has been a displacement of African knowledge system. And what it becomes very important is how do we really do justice to our own path towards freedom. And the politics in South Africa could never be more clearer than what Verwoerd had actually said. And I would like to unpack Verwoerd so that we understand how we remain prisoners towards his prescription. And most people, one thing that they've not highlighted is the psychology behind what Verwoerd said. He says, when I have control of native education, I'll reform it so that the natives will be taught from childhood to realize that equality with European is not for them. There is no place for him, the Black child, in European society above the level of certain forms of labor, unquote. Let me just show how profound that statement has been and how it has actually shaped the behavior of African people. That when Verwoerd says the Africans will realize that equality with Europeans is not for them. Africans then spend more time trying to prove Verwoerd wrong. But they fail to understand that in trying to prove Verwoerd wrong, they were already falling, they were reinscribing Verwoerd into their heads. And what we've seen is that it has introduced a notion of mimicry, where we spend more time, but put it this way, physically, post-1994, we saw Africans rushing to white spaces to show that we could go there. And we also defined education as being erudite in what a white person knows. And it came as no accident that post-1994, the biggest obsession has been simply to mimic historically white universities. Even our own government, when it talks about higher education, it creates a hierarchy where white universities are the centers of excellence. I mean, we bought into that, but it is all about trying to prove that we can, just like they. So we are not able to set our own agenda into saying, we don't care what they do, we'll do it our own way. So the notion of being like, it's a form of psychological entrapment. And the most problematic part of it is that you can never reach that stage of equality to be like them. As the Ngudis and the Chinua Achebe says that even a hobo who is English, who sleeps in the benches, in the parks, will remain more English than you with your PhD. So the obsession of being like other people, it's a non-starter. But that's what the Verwoerd gave us. And we continue to be so trapped. And it has also made it even difficult at the policy level. It is just a matter of fact that under apartheid, Black universities were underfunded. It is also a matter of fact that post-1994, Black universities are underfunded compared to historically white universities. You ask why it is so? Because during our time, in the early 90s, we were talking about leveling the playing field. But the new justification came in. The Black people who were able to take their kids into white universities went there to defend that money should actually go there. So you see the reproduction of apartheid by African people. So that is what the root that did to create a psychological entrapment to create a sense that if a Black person can say, I can sit next to a white person, then I have arrived. So this statement must be read not so much only in terms of funding, but in terms of the psychological entrapment. And Verwoerd, one of these quoted, but I saw that being said recently by Gwede Mantashe, was to say, we must take the implementation of apartheid or separate development so far that no future government will ever be able to reverse it. Now, for people who do not know, the Black townships were always created far away from the city center, from the centers of the economy. Post 1994, when houses were built, it was exactly the same. In the same way that the underfunding of Black universities continued, to make sure that also where they are also on the periphery of the economy. If you look at all historically white universities that are in the centers of the economy, to make sure that when they leave, there is a familiarity. It is there to make sure that they are at the front seat, while Black people, even the programs that were offered were also such that they remain true to what Verwoerd said. That's why historically Black universities did not offer what you engineering programs, but that continues because we have not disrupted Verwoerd's logic. Now, Makgoba put it very nicely. He says, what is common between a judge, a doctor, a politician, a policeman, a priest, a journalist, or editor, and the ordinary citizen is the type of education they received or the curriculum that provided the foundations of their education. Now, I want to take this to show how the perpetuation of Verwoerdian prescription continues. When a Black child goes to school, and I've done this because I was part of the ministerial committee that looked at racism in higher education and other forms of discrimination. We met students from all universities. I had the benefit of being with the University of Cape Town, where I was interviewing the whole cross-section of the university, University of Nelson Mandela, at that time it was UPE, University of Western Cape. But what was coming out there from the young people and from the Black academics is one, the Black kids who come from wealthy families, Black wealthy families, are saying, we went to school with these kids. They were classmates and they were never bright. Only when they got to UCT, suddenly they're brighter than us. But part of the problem was that the kids were now beginning to realize that because they went into privileged environment where they were cushioned, once they went to these universities, they found themselves being treated like how ordinary white people will treat ordinary Black people. Suddenly they were told, despite having got A's, that they will need to have some form of additional classes. Suddenly they were being told that they're not as bright, and said, but we know so and so. We went to a kindergarten, but once they come here, suddenly they become brighter. Black graduates, engineers, they will also tell you something that they didn't realize, that once they qualified and they went to industry, they were told to go for extra classes, extra interventions, and they jumped at it because education and learning was not a problem to them. But they didn't realize that they were actually being pushed from doing what they were trained to do. And 6 years later, After acquiring the certificates, when they wanted to do engineering, they said, but you've not done any engineering for the last 6 years. And the message spreads. But they discovered, unfortunately late, that the white kids who did engineering with them, as soon as they finish, they go and do engineering. There's no need for them to go through all these other courses. But this is how the system continues to play on. But the point that Mandela raised, and this is also a very important statement that Mandela made, and I want to indicate how different his education was from ours. Addressing the court during the Rivonia trial, when one of the charges that he had to respond to is that the ANC at that time was influenced by communists. Mandela said the following in his defense. He says, in my youth, in the Transkei, I listened to the elders of my tribe telling stories of the old days. Amongst them, they related to me were those of wars fought by our ancestors in defense of the fatherland. The names of the Dingane and Bambata, Hintsa and Makana, Dalisile, Musheshwe and Sikudi were praised as a story of the entire nation. I want to deal with that because there's something very profound there. One is that in my training and in my schooling, I never had to learn about the people like Dingane, except when Dingane was probably defeated or running away from white folks. Bambata, Makana, Dalisile, Mushoshe, these are mentioned only in passing. And even when they are mentioned in passing, it is always a story of lamentation. But what that does to the African child, like me, who only was taught to learn about Jan van Riebeeck, Bismarck, and Napoleon, you mentioned, is that your people become erased in history. And if they are brought in as object of history as opposed to being subject of history. They are not in the business of making history. History happens to them. They're just victims. So that is very important. So even when a black child and a white child go to the same class, all the white child learns is, oh man, I'm embarrassed to be an African. Look at what Van Riebeeck did. And the manifestation of it was very clear. I mean, if you think about the Rhodes Must Fall, you think that there were vice chancellors who were black. They couldn't see anything wrong with the statue of Rhodes. I suspect that some of them were even taking pictures next to Rhodes. But it took young people who have not been sufficiently indoctrinated to say, but this Rhodes that is worshipped is part of the problem. Hence, it led to Rhodes Must Fall. But the problem with those people who were there in the leadership, not to see what young people could see, is because of what Macedo calls, you can check this, literacy for stupidification. That in their education, they were actually stupefied. And some of them even studied the arts and literature, but the symbolism of Rhodes escaped them. But that is what Carter calls, Woodson calls miseducation of people. But then Mandela continues. He says, as I listened to these stories about Bambata, Sikukuni, Mushweshwe, Hintsa, I wish history would be so kind that I could be part of that struggle. So I guess what we're trying to do is to historicize our struggle. To say Mandela may have played this part, and it is up to us that we should say, we wish that history will be so kind that we can also make our humble contribution to our people's struggle, the struggle for emancipation. And it starts with where knowledge is produced, what type of knowledge is produced. So I would like people to read that which Mandela said. Now, here's the most beautiful and tragic part is how our leaders are embraced with the intention of not learning anything from them, but with the intention of diluting what they represent. If you take the book by Anthony Simpson, Long Walk to Freedom, it is not very uncommon to hear people who have read it say, this book is so profound about Mandela. And yet the same people will be the people who hate Black people and African people. That tells you something about how the book is authored. Because it's authored to abstract Mandela out of his own people. So you can love Mandela and hate the ANC. You can love Mandela and hate Black people. That even the most racist, when they read the book, they come and say, Mandela was a great person. And they go out and shoot Black people. So until we tell our stories, we'll tell it differently. If you read the book by, which when I say this is Professor Shokane, it's also a form of prescribing the intervention that we talked about. The book by Gabe Mahomala, Robben Island to Wall Street. When you read that book, it is so painful because what Gabe Mahomala does is to explain the hardships that he felt as a young person and ending up in Robben Island after having been through a number of prisons simply because he was pursuing the Pan-Africanist ideal. As a young person, and when you read that, you actually every page. And when I met him, because then I had the privilege of giving a speech at the launch of the book, I said to him, it must have been very hard to write this book. And it took him 4 years. And he says he didn't realize how angry he was. And when you saw him, he appeared to be a happy fellow. But it was only when he was beginning to reflect that he cried every day, writing that book. And when you read that book, you can't help but also to shed a tear. And Mandela also went through the same. But the way the book is written in such a way that it dilutes his experiences to that extent. Now, the appropriation of Mandela, as we see it every year, is not there to advance his thoughts. That appropriation is there to destroy what he stood for. When you have people talk about Mandela and they think about 67 minutes, what do they think? They don't think about the struggles that he had to go through. They say, no, today is a Mandela Day, we're going to paint the town. We're going to collect papers. We are going to sleep in the cold with him to know how the Africans live. I mean, that is a bastardization of what he stood for. And yet every year we look forward, what did you do on a Mandela Day? Instead of talking about reminding ourselves of that there are many more hills to climb, that the struggle for African people is a total struggle. It is not only political, it's cultural, it's intellectual, it's spiritual. So if I were to ask people for what to do on that day, I'll ask them simply to read the speech by Mandela. And it is that education, the point I'm trying to push across, is that Mandela received a different type of education than what I received. And that education made him to say, during my lifetime, I've dedicated myself to the struggle for African people. And interestingly, that is never mentioned. When you see it also quoted, it starts with, I have fought against white domination, I fought against black domination, you know. But they don't link it to what he said, that I wish history would be so kind that I'll be part of the struggle. It will be kind for me so that I can make my own humble contribution. And he said, I dedicate myself to this struggle of African people. And this is what we expect, that the best thinkers in an African university should be able to say that when a student emerges out of this, a student should be imbued with this spirit. The interesting thing is that I asked the students at Walter Sisulu and academics, and asked the students and academics at the University of, or Nelson Mandela University, but what is it about Nelson Mandela that they learn? And you know, they have it's named after Mandela, but they don't read the book on Mandela. They don't read anything about Mandela. But this is what they call appropriation without intending to understand the person. It's a dilution. Malcolm X put it very differently, Professor Moyo. He says during the 1963 march, Africans were very angry, African Americans. And they had decided they're going to march on Washington. And when the regime realized that this march is unstoppable, they joined it. And in joining it, they marketed it. The marketing of that. And then in the process, it was diluted. By the time African Americans reached Washington, they were no longer angry. They had gone there, initially, the intention was to go there swinging, but they end up singing. But that's how the struggle gets diluted. It gets appropriated and gets diluted. And so what you find also with the Nelson Mandela's appropriation, the name, is not to learn anything from Nelson Mandela. Because I would have thought that if you are going to call yourself Nelson Mandela University, the least you could do is to say all the students must actually read when they emerge out of that. So that when I say I come from University of Nelson Mandela, you would have at least, I have understood that your degree is more than just simply symbolic. That you will emerge out of that I want to be part of the struggle that day. But we don't do that. The same applies to Walter Sisulu. If you were to ask the students there who Walter Sisulu is, what contribution has he made? It will be simply, oh yeah, he was just one of those guys who were arrested, you know. So this is we must also understand the machinations of control, where there's a pretense of embracing. When it is not being embraced, it is actually diluted. That's why I say that even who writes a story, writes it from their perspective. Those, remember, as I said, Karl Marx was saying, the ruling ideas are the ideas of the ruling class. And the class that controls the means of mental production, of material production, simultaneously controls the means of intellectual production. And it's not an accident today, Professor Moyo and Pedro, that we don't have black think tanks. If you think about a country where the majority is African, and you ask where are the black think tanks, they don't exist. So we, in as much as we are a majority, we are marginal in the business of knowledge creation. So we are saying we should be following on the footsteps of those Africans who met in 1972, who asked what should an African university look like? And it's also a very important book to read by Yusufu, edited by Yusufu, called Creating the African University. Now, this is the education that Mandela received. This is the education that most of us received, the one that Carter Woodson talks about. And I would like to quote to what he says, because it speaks more to where we are today. He says, when you control a man's thinking, you do not have to worry about his actions. You do not have to tell him not to stand here or go yonder. He will find his proper place and will stay in it. You do not need to send him to the back door. He will go without being told. In fact, if there's no black door, he'll cut one for his special benefit. His education makes it necessary, unquote. The African we have today, the type of students we produce, are the students who ultimately know their place. This is why I prefer to say, even when Africans are appointed in some of the key spaces, they are selected on the basis of them knowing their place. In America, my friends say, here we choose blacks carefully. We don't choose you to come and create problems. And when you have unionists, African unionists, being co-opted into boards of companies, board companies that are engaged in the super exploitation of their people, they are not invited to change the conditions. They are actually co-opted to become junior oppressors of their own people. They don't change the logic of the system. They simply embrace the logic of the system. And when we talk about decolonization of higher education or of education, it's about making these microaggressions in our psyche visible. It is about making sure that the type of student that we produce is not a student that Carter Woodson talks about, a student who knows his place. So effectively, what we're talking about is understanding our colonial past, and also what the new democratic South Africa provides, opportunities that are there. But certainly, despite the fact that we're in a new political dispensation, we still have our curricula, which is largely European and colonized. And we need to deal with that. Now, here's a statement that is very profound. You can actually take it. It was written by a fellow columnist where I used to write for the Business Day. It's Johnny Steinbeck, who was actually honest about what happened in 1994. He says, I quote, "The freedom South Africans acquired in 1994 was material and slippery. Politically, the changes were dramatic. The electorate expanded overnight to include every adult, but the structure of society stayed much the same, and white people remained white people, doing what white people had always done, running corporations, running the professions, the universities, expertise, wealth, technical knowledge, social confidence, all of these remained deeply associated with whiteness." Now, there's an issue that he makes there that is very important, is the notion of also social confidence. And I don't know how many of you follow the news. Actually, I wrote an article last week where one of the judges presiding on a matter that involves African people on Black economic empowerment told the lawyers appearing before him, who were all white on both sides, and asked a question. Are you guys saying you could not find a Black person to come and talk about this? Say you in this country, you can't find even one Black lawyer to talk about something that will be of benefit to African people. But what he was saying is the failure to disrupt what were the compromises of 1994. And also the failure to disrupt the extent to which Africans have been so colonized that in 30 years down the line, you could have teams of white firms coming to talk about that which affects Black people without Black people being there. It's a case of what Biko said that at Malcolm X, that you have people who oppress you, and then they are going to tell you how you should react to your own oppression. One book that is worth reading is by Nathan McCall called Make Me Wanna Holler. So the last thing that I'll say, because I see the program director threatening, is what Malcolm said. He says, having an opportunity to ride either on the front or the back or in the middle of someone else's bus does not dignify you. When you have your own bus, then you have dignity. When you have your own school, you have dignity. When you have your own country, you have dignity. When you have something of your own, you have dignity. But whenever you are begging for a chance to participate in that which belongs to someone else, or use that which belongs to someone else on an equal basis with the owner, that's not dignity, that's ignorance. So what we have is post-1994, all we wanted to do is to do what Verwoerd had asked us to do, to know that equality with Europeans is not for us. So what we do, we want to be accommodated. We want to be in other people's bus. But as Malcolm X said, for as long as you want to be in other people's bus, you have no dignity. Until we can participate in the business of idea formation, in knowledge creation, from our standpoint, then we'll still be prisoners of the Verwoerdian prescription. And Oudrillard put it differently to say, the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. They may allow us to temporarily beat him at his own game, but they will never enable us to bring about a genuine change. So this is what we need to understand. So if you are going to talk about decolonization, you cannot simply do it by using the very framework of thought that inform those institutions. You need to understand that the way colonization works is about also making sure that it puts structures, it puts systems, it puts processes. And those processes and structures, they have their own internal logic. And if the internal logic is that you should not be there, it doesn't matter. They will continue to be delivering what they're supposed to deliver. It's almost like it's what you call a design fault. If you have a car that can drive at maximum 8 kilometers per hour, even if you put a different driver, it will not go beyond that because it's a design fault. So these institutions, these structures have the internal logic, which is a design fault. So our entry into those systems is not going to make any change. And it doesn't matter whether you are in the front of the bus, at the back of the bus, or in the middle. That does not dignify you. So lastly, let me end by simply saying what Richard Shaw said. He says in the book, writing in the foreword of Paulo Freire, The Pedagogy of the Breast, there is no such thing as a neutral educational process. Education either functions as an instrument that is used to facilitate the integration of the younger generation into the logic of the present system and bring about conformity to it, or it becomes the practice of freedom, the means by which men and women deal critically and creatively with reality and discover how to participate in the transformation of their world, unquote. So we are faced with a challenge that we have not dealt with. We have participated in only one part of what Freire talks about, or Richard Shaw, the integrating the younger generation into the logic of the present system. We have never done enough in terms of making sure that the education becomes the practice of freedom, the means by which men and women deal critically with the transformation of the world. And Mamdani, in one of the books, papers that is delivered, he says it is very important to understand that all universities in South Africa and probably in Africa are colonial and apartheid institutions. They were never created to defeat apartheid. They were created to advance the interests of apartheid and colonialism. And he ends by saying, as a matter of fact, these universities have become slaughterhouses for Black talent. And those of us who have been in those universities, we have seen how even the brightest minds of kids come in wanting to study engineering and all that, and they all end up being pushed out. You have academics. Take the case of Makgoba at Wits. Despite having got a PhD and being the top of his game in immunology, he was being told that this talk about him, about the transformation, he needs to realize that here at Wits, we have standards. And then somebody who tells him that is somebody who only has an honors. But the whiteness and the white arrogance makes him to be able to write publicly, to say, despite my honors, your PhD from Oxford means nothing. Mamdani experienced the same thing. But the point is that they are able to do that because of what the lack of social confidence that Africans in general do not have. Hence, even the ones who are the most ill-educated. But one thing that we have energy for as Africans is when it is time to destroy another African. We never have energy to advance the interests of our Africans. But when it comes to a moment to say, let's destroy an African, you'll be surprised how suddenly there's unity among the Africans. And I do not need to mention names. You guys are hopefully followers of what is happening. But what we are trying to do, let me just close by what we mean by African-centered scholarship. We're talking about the scholarship that speaks directly to the socio-economic and cultural challenges faced by African majority. The scholarship that will serve as a countervailing force to the current and dominant paradigm that not only mimics, but is intended to meet the theoretical needs of our Western counterparts and answer the questions they pose instead of addressing our national challenges. I'll leave it there. What this is more of a, how to put it, create an appetizer so that tomorrow when we talk about how knowledge is colonized, we should have had talked about the manifestation of it. And the manifestation of it was best captured by Woodrow, Carter Woodson, when he said, when you control a man's thinking, you do not need You do not have to worry about his actions. You do not have to tell him not to go to stand here or go yonder. He'll find his proper place and will stay in it. You do not need to send him to the back door. He will go without being told. In fact, if there's no back door, he'll cut one for his special benefit. His education makes it necessary. The question is, are we prepared to disrupt that colonial enterprise, that colonial imprint in our engagement? Program director, I think that should be sufficient to whet people's appetite.
We want to thank Professor Siepe. Can you please give him another round of applause? As always, that was very, very rich. That was quite profound and thought-provoking. It's a very cliche term, but that's precisely what it is. Thank you, Prof. We have scheduled 30 minutes for questions and answers. Let's say we make it 20 because we're going over time a bit. We're still we can make it 25. Actually, we're still 5 minutes from our tea time, with your kind permission. It's not lunch. We never steal time from lunch. We steal from tea time. So we will invite Prof. Siepe back to the podium because of the way these things work, so that he can take the questions and respond to them. It says questions and answers, but I presume that we can also accommodate contributions. And because of the way these things work, we normally are prejudiced against those who are not physically present. So with your kind permission, Speaker, I will take comments that are already online. We also encourage the colleagues online. We had at a point 60 colleagues online. At this moment, it's 57. So it's a huge audience in addition to those of us here. It's possible some of us here are also online anyway, but yeah, so there's one comment from Ash Singh, and it is cry, thy beloved country was banned. Okay, cry, the beloved country was banned in South Africa because it vividly portrayed racial segregation, thus solidifying the book's symbolism as a fight against apartheid. I think that's just a comment. There's another comment from, this is Dr. Maxwell Shamasi. Thank you, Prof. Siepe, for such an informative presentation. In simple terms, what is the institutional, i.e. UniZulu, philosophy in challenging dominant narratives and promoting epistemic diversity and decolonization in all spheres of knowledge production and dissemination? Yes. I like Professor Shamasi's question because Prof. Siepe will remember, Prof was speaking a few days ago at the Penn State Forum, an online international forum. And I posed that same question to him. I actually challenged him. He started as he started today talking about the importance of narratives. And I did tell him then, I'm sure he remembers, that we would like to expand a bit on that. So I think that's the question Dr. Shamasi is asking. What is the institutional philosophy, the UniZulu philosophy, in challenging dominant narratives and promoting epistemic diversity and decolonization in all spheres of knowledge production? Would you like to take that first, Prof? Yes. And then please prepare your questions. You may want to post them in the chat, or you may want to step forward to ask the questions and then Prof will respond.
I think the university is on the path towards a realization of what an African university should look like. The first step is to commit yourself to an idea. And it's important to understand that the idea of an African university is an idea that many generations of scholars have grappled with. What is significant about UNIZOL is that it has bravely decided that it will define itself as such. And to say doing so will mean the following. But to do that in our space of accountability, that must also be expressed in terms of your strategic plan. It must also be expressed in how you define yourself. But the actual outcome is still would be part of, would be dependent on the type of engagement, because this require conversations. And you will have to build consensus. There'll be contestation, and this contestation, we should not look at it negatively. It is part of sharpening our own understanding about where we're going. I'll give you an example. I mean, as a physicist, and I don't know how many of you go to movies. There's a recent movie about Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer, who was instrumental in making the bomb. When he came from Europe, he meets Einstein. And if you see in the movie, Einstein has little time for Oppenheimer, because what Oppenheimer was talking about was a new form of reading the world, reading physics, where there's a discussion about quantum physics. You must understand that Einstein does not come from that world, where the notion of probability in quantum mechanics is more important, the whole notion of probability theories and all that you could probably be there or probably not there. You know, Einstein belonged to the world where he said, God does not play dice with the universe. But these are the contestations that takes place. Even his own theory of relativity, special relativity, when physicists looked at it, they said, but can you prove it? And he couldn't. But his response was that the mathematics is too beautiful for it to be wrong. It took many years for Einstein to be proven to be correct. But initially, one will see that new ideas are not easily embraced. Actually, there's a phrase that says, when truth is first put, it is ridiculed and resisted. Only afterwards then does it become obvious. I mean, there are things that some of us have said that people thought to be untrue. Now, if you say that which people are willing to swear and insult you for having said that, they have actually become commonplace. So this is how truth happens. So how this university will ultimately manifest its intention will be part of an ongoing contestation and part of an ongoing struggle. But make no mistake, it is a struggle. And make no mistake, it's going to be a vicious struggle. And like all struggles, there'll be casualties. Because as the Bible tells you that it says the truth shall set you free. That's a very profound statement. Because one of the things that when one of the guys who was in the party called the SACP was telling the truth, Jeremy Cronin responded by saying, you know, we had freedom to go and tell the truth outside the organization, you know. So the truth does set you free, you know. But the people who have told the truth, or another biblical saying is that no good deed goes unpunished. You are punished for doing a good. You know, Professor Moyo, if you read the Bible properly, what happened to Jesus for doing good? He was crucified. And that's what the truth will happen. And so when you enter this space, you must understand that there'll be crucifixion. There'll be attacks. And you'll be attacked by people you are trying to free. You know, Harriet Tubman said much that I could have freed many people, only if they knew that they were slaves. So we have many of us who are in the plantation, happily so. And if you suggest that let's get out of here, they will be the ones who are resisting. So we need to understand that it's going to be a struggle. But what we can say to Dr. Shamase is that this university has taken a view that is the direction we're going to go to. We're going to define ourselves as a node for African thought. And at the end of this, we need to have a conversation of what are the elements of that.
Please don't go very far, Prof. I wonder. Okay, that would be a follow-up. Okay. I think you have, unfortunately, you have to come forward because of the visuals and the audio system. That's a follow-up. There's a question already noted.
No, I thought I would just add to Professor Sepe's point.
And this is Professor Byron Brown, Director of Research.
Okay, yeah, my name is Professor Byron Brown. Since I need to do the introduction, yeah, all right. But I thought it was useful to sort of contribute to that question that was asked, because I think it's a very fundamental question to a lot of the things that we've been talking about today. And thank you, Professor Sepe, for giving the real details. The question about UniZulu's unique philosophy in challenging the dominant philosophy, that part of it first. And I think what you said about university's position as an African university is the fundamental starting point. And so I endorse that point very well. And I think instead of that, which I think we need to look at also, is this need to recenter the African thought system. Because as we push to get the African university going, what we're trying to do in the middle of that is to recenter the African thought system. At the moment, we are told, and you can see for yourselves, it's pushed to the margin. And we even issue a reading earlier on that is sort of giving some ideas as to what we need to start doing to get the African thought system recentered and to build it. So I think those two are important, unique position or philosophy in challenging the dominant philosophy at the moment. The third point, which Prof. Sepe mentioned in his speech, but he didn't mention it when he was responding, is the African-centered scholarship. But it is wrapped up in those first 2 points. Driving the African-centered scholarship and under the umbrella of the African University. I think we know now that the argument about universities in Africa is that they are not African universities, they are universities in Africa. And that is the dominant position at the moment. And as we push for the African university, as we push for African-centered scholarship, those 2 points will really recenter the African thought system and shift this unique philosophy. And then finally, and I think this is a global point about shifting away from the global knowledge philosophy that Western thought system have pushed to say knowledge is for the world, and now to promote the provincializing of knowledge. And I think once as we are doing currently, promoting this, and this is now to the second part of what the person asked, how we are promoting epistemic or diversity. And I think once we push for provincializing of knowledge, where different geographical contexts, and I think this is Nglovo's point. Maybe you want to elaborate on that a little bit. But these 4 points are really attending to that question that was posed by Shemazi. Thank you.
Sorry, Thank you, Prof. Brown. Yeah. Before Prof. Siepe responds, I'm going to propose, with his kind permission and with the kind permission of the Dean, that we proceed in this way, that we have 2 more questions, which will add to Prof. Brown's intervention, and then we seek Prof. Siepe's response that will take us till say 10:40 at a maximum, and then we break for tea. I'm just saying this so that colleagues will realize that we have breakaway sessions. We also have a feedback and discussion session after lunch. So there is an opportunity to articulate our responses and our interventions. And for those 2 questions, we would like to add to that, for our presenter to respond to, I would like to ask the colleagues online if there is any question. We have 1 question already in the room. 1 colleague has indicated. If there is another question online, I would like the colleague to please indicate. They may wish to pose their question by speaking because that's enabled, or they may wish to put their question or comment in the chat box. While we wait for that 1 online, if we don't get 1 online, we'll have to take 1 in the floor here. In the meantime, we are going to take the 1 here, Dr. Pedro Mzileni from Mzileni, am I right? Mzileni from the Department of Sociology. His question will be next.
Thank you very much, Director, and good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Prof. Good morning to the Dean of the Faculty and all HOTs in the room. As indicated, my name is Pedro Mzileni. I'm from the Department of Sociology. Mine is a question to Prof. Siepe. The question I have is, is it possible to build an African university in English? Is it possible to build an African university with the English? I think that's what I want to ask as a question. Because if you declare yourself as a university that is a node for African thought, you've got to be ready for the responsibilities that come with that. It's a huge responsibility because many people have been massacred, have been killed for African thought. To commit to African thought is a struggle between living and dying, actually, if you really commit to doing what is necessary. I ask this question because there's no way you can achieve decolonization or Africanization without addressing the language question. Because it is from language where we derive our identity. It's from language where we derive our culture. And by culture, colleagues, I'm not referring to the imperial definition of culture. Culture is in essence, the tools we use to interpret your reality. I think that's the best way to define culture. The tools you use to interpret your reality. Because, for instance, there's a big difference between a person and Umtu. When African says, Professor Sipho Siepo, can I call you Sipho for a moment? When African says, Usipho niyamazi? Ewe siyamazi uSipho. uSipho nguprofessor pha e-University of Zululand. Hey, kodwa uSipho ayingomntu lo. Ayingomntu lo. Can you see that Africans don't mind saying this status of being professor is yours, it's fine. But as umntu awungomntu. They don't mean you are dead. Meaning you're no longer a person. Now you're killed. But awungomntu. You know? So to Africans, being a person is not about breathing or being a professor. But the way you handle yourself, your ethics, the way you talk to people, how you treat people, is far more important than what you have. Hence, they will say, "Hayi uSipho, siyamazi ngumuntu lo." Even to a poor person, a person who's poor, who's not a professor. But if that person is helpful in the community, helpful in the family, they will say, "Yabona uAndile. Akanamsebenzi but uAndile ngumuntu lo." You know? So language, culture, identity gives us the tools to interpret our reality. Right? Now, can you build an African university with English? You know? Because the way universities are designed at the moment, we exist with imperialist universities that are designed with the logic of the division of labor. You know, that language is the business of the Faculty of Humanities. Right? Language is not part of science. It's not part of geography. It's not part of education. Language belongs in the humanities. You know? And even with this language, there are hierarchies. You know, because in the previous university where I came from, they had the language, they had a department of English, a small ethnic language from Britain called English. It had an entire department. A small language called Dutch, it had a department. In Africa, colleagues, a small language of French, it had a department. But African languages are clubbed together, and they are called the Department of African Languages. Right? Small languages spoken by only 2 people in South Africa, French, it had a department with an HOD and staff members who earn salaries. Right? They didn't have a department of Sesotho, where there's a deliberate intellectual project to write PhDs in Sesotho, to expand that language to be a language of research, teaching, and intellectual development for the development of that community. They didn't have that. I don't know at UNIZulu, colleagues, what you have. But I saw the Department of English as an entire floor to itself. I'm yet to see a floor for the Department of ISIS, Department of ISIPOS, Department of Swahili. Languages we need to intellectualize to build an African university. So, Prof, I apologize, colleagues. It's just that when you talk about the African thought, part of being African is to call things by their names. You've got to call things by their names. That's why I said at the beginning, if you declare yourself as a node for African thought, you must be ready for the responsibility, because it means you must do self-introspection and call things by their names. Can you build an African university in English? Bro? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mzeleni. We have been very keen to welcome you to the university, and I offer myself, with the kind permission of my HOD of the Department of English, Dr. Lucas Mafu, who is sitting right next to you right now. I will offer myself, and that's Mr. Nelson Attal from the Department of English sitting behind you. He's the scribe of this workshop. I will offer myself as also a member of the Department of English to give you a guided tour to the Department of English, which happens right now to be the biggest department in the faculty. Okay. There's another question, but thank you very much for that brilliant question. There's another question online, and I want Prof. Siepe to handle them together and take us all the way to 11 to 10:40. Prof. So you have just like 4 minutes. The question is from Professor Adetiba, HOD Politics and International Sciences. Dr. Pele, I'm going to do another strategic nepotism here because she's my leader. She's the one I call my leader. She also has a question. Okay, you pose your question. We are limiting Prof. Siepe's responses, but it's a good thing we are here. There's a discussion session further. So it's up to you if you want it to be handled further during the discussions, or you insist on posing it now, Doc. The discussion, so that Prof takes Dr. Pedro's question plus Dr. Adetiba's question. The beginning is a comment, but the end is, what about academic freedom in African universities? So we add that to Dr. Mzeleni's questions. The floor is yours up till 10:40, Prof.
Yeah. What about academic freedom in other universities all over the world?
Thank you.
You need to understand that universities are enterprises. And as enterprises, they've got rules and regulations. You are only free up to a point. You know, Idi Amin used to say, or allegedly said the following, that in Uganda, there's a freedom of speech, and that is guaranteed. What cannot be guaranteed is freedom after the speech. So anyway, the point we're making is that the institutions have what their own sense of internal processes and integrity that provide integrity to the institution, and there are limits in which you can express your sense of freedom. I mean, even our own constitution has limitation clauses. So I don't think the question really should be, what about academic freedom for all universities? And show me a university that has not that has allowed that level of free speech, and then we can have a discussion on that. But it's something that is very important, the right to think the unthinkable and to express that. The reason why Dr. Mzeleni was put as a discussant is precisely for the intervention that he was making. He was asked to be a discussant deliberately so that we can all be co-creators of what this university will look like. But the program director, even before answering his question, because I want to deal with it sharply, I realized that your head of department sounded very provoked. And instead of answering that, I would like to defer him to respond to that question before I can answer him, because with Dr. Mzeleni's question, I would like to deal with also, because it's a very critical question, but I also want to deal with issues of language in general around the issue of knowledge. But I can't help, the provocation was so intense that I just felt he had to.
Good morning, colleagues. Morning, Prof. Yeah, that was intense provocation indeed. I would like to draw Dr. Mseleny's attention to some arguments already on the issue of language, education, culture, and identity. It's been a long-standing argument. It's not a new argument, this one, concerning which way African publishing, writing, creativity, and academia should go. If you go and check work by Chidi Amuta, Theory of African Literature, responding to Chinwezu and others on the issue of decolonizing African literature, he says we should not reduce the issue of Africanness, identity, to language, because Africa does not have a singular language. Africa itself has got a multiplicity of languages. So the space of cultural nationalism is one that is occupied by Chinwezu and others. There is a difference between defining an African identity and planting a cultural nationalist particular thought. Now, the question that arises is, which African language are we going to be using in Africa if we are to go the direction that your argument is going? We have, in this country alone, more than 12 languages, African languages. We've got in Africa thousands of African languages. We've got Africans in the diaspora, Africans in the West Indies, Africans who have been long in Europe and long in America, North America. Do they still to be Africans because of language? What defines being African? Is it language? So in a situation whereby we want to promote African thought, we have to be very careful of certain limitations to the argument that narrows down to language. Because being African goes beyond language or beyond culture or region or province. We become ethnic provincialistic if we are going to go in that direction. So I wanted to say also that Africa, when you look at its culture, its identity, and its language, it is heterogeneous. It's not a monogamous or monolithic entity. It's got multiple disciplines and cultures. You would argue, if you were Kiswahili speaking, for instance, to say Kiswahili is the largest language in Africa. Therefore, it should have preeminence. All Africans should use Kiswahili. And as Nguni, I would argue, we have to use isiZulu because it is the language that is widely spoken in this country. What happens to Chivenda, Chichonga, and all of those other languages? Do they cease to exist or to even compete in this space because of limitations concerning numbers in their languages? So I think if we are to really define what African thought is, we have to be open-minded. We have to think broadly in a worldwide, in a worldly manner that takes into account history, migration, movements, and the fact that Africanness goes beyond mere language. Thank you very much.
Well, these are precisely the type of contestation that we are calling for, and they are not conclusive. But there's something that I would like to state, and this is the point that we have a history that has impacted on us also in believing different possibilities. If Africans were not colonized, nothing prevents us from thinking that Africans would have found a different system to communicate with each other. Secondly, the notion of how many languages you have, it's also a debatable issue. There are scholars who argue that we should not confuse the colonizers' prescription or reading or misreading of ourselves to be an issue of a reality. If you go to England, you move from one place to another, there are a number of dialects that even the English don't understand. You see an Englishman going to Scotland and asking what is he saying, because he doesn't understand the English of that person. And if you go to the US, Americans themselves, when they move from one part of the US and going to another, they don't even understand what the other person is saying. The guys from California, but they still speak in English. But if you're an outsider, you don't understand that you might actually think those are different languages. The same applies to what you call African languages. The majority of them are mutually intelligible. If you have somebody who speaks Zulu, and you have somebody from Swaziland, you go to speaking in Swati, they can understand each other. Xhosa, the language is 90%, there's a certain degree of commonalities. And if there's a difference, there's almost a pattern that says, when it comes to this, you replace this with that. Same applies to Tswana. If you go to Northwest, the Tswanas in Kuruman and the Tswanas in Rustenburg, and you will think these are different languages. And the person who's an outsider sees languages that are different. So the issue of the Tower of Babel is something that the scholarship has actually debunked. So it is not, as Petro indicates, there are a lot of people who speak particular languages. But what we have done is that we have been forced to think that our languages cannot be developed to become a language of communication. Take Afrikaans. Afrikaans is the youngest language in the country. It took them 25 years for them to develop that language to become a language of science and technology. That when you go to Stellenbosch, you can study medicine in Afrikaans. You can study physics in Afrikaans. You can study, because when they enter the world with a sense of their identity, with a sense of social confidence. And then they said, we are going to develop our languages to become language of science, technology, commerce, etc. This is why everywhere you went, you could find an Afrikaner, if they have a problem, they'll want to transact that in their languages. Look at the scandal that is around the issue of justice. You go to Eastern Cape, you find a Black person in court is the accused. The judge is Xhosa speaking, the accused is Xhosa speaking, the interpreter is Xhosa speaking, the prosecutor is Xhosa speaking. Here are Africans who believe that the concept of justice can be transacted in any other language other than their own. What greater insult to your own creator that you think the concept of justice, something as basic as that. One time I had to contest a ticket. It was not so much the amount, it was simply the principle of it. And it was a place called Naboomspruit. When I got there, the magistrate was African speaking. The policeman was, traffic cop was African speaking. My accuser was African speaking. And I asked them to say, can we conduct this in English? And the prosecutor says, no, but my English are not good. So I told him that my Afrikaans are also not good, you know. But they insisted in Afrikaans. Even the magistrate said, no, somebody will interpret it for you, you know. But part of it is that it was in Afrikaans that they found a mental home. So it is in language that people find a mental home. What is not said is the damage that is done to African children when they study in a language that is not their own. If you are to look at the cost that the cohort of kids who start in a primary up to matric, almost 1 million of them, half a million of them get lost in the process. And when you look at it, it is language. When you had the science started, people who were impressed by the scientific method, they asked a simple question: how can we make this available to our people? And the simple answer was that in the languages. This is why you go to every country in Europe, even a country with a small people, they'll have science in their languages. Part of it is to make sure that there is no damage that is done. The Russians were able to go into space using Russian languages. The Chinese go to space. Everybody goes to space using Indonesians. The first thing that they did when they became independent is to say that we bring back our languages, because language is what you speak. And if you don't locate your identity in that, then you are going to do the damage that we do to Africans, even at the level of accessing a simple thing like justice. The banks realized that. That's why they started changing, that you can get a simple transaction like ATM. They now do it in African languages because it's about making life easy. So when we insist on the foreign language, who are we satisfying? But the long and short of it, as I wrote many years ago, that nature does not write its laws in English. So when I fall, I don't fall in English. The laws of physics are still the laws of physics. It's not by any other language. This is why when Makgoba became a vice chancellor at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, he called the scholars to say, can you guys take one of the subjects like chemistry and make sure that everything is translated in Zulu? That was done because it was possible in the same way that Afrikaans was possible, in the same way that Swahili and all that. But they let us not disempower, because as soon as you do that, you actually you are sending a message about who you are. A Chinese president, when he goes to the UN, even though he understands English very well, or the French president, they speak in their language, even though they understand all that, because they are simply saying, this is who I am. And I think, Pedro, what you're saying is that you are surreptitiously suggesting that people should read the book by Ngugi, Decolonizing the Mind, because he deals with the issue of language. So to answer, ultimately, American universities are American because they have subscribed to a particular language. Japanese, there was a time, I think, in the past where you couldn't graduate in Japan without translating your thesis in Japanese. But what it does, it allows even the language to develop, to embrace the new insights that come from research. But it becomes the heritage of that society. So we are still dealing with the legacy of colonialism. Hence, we speak in a language of the colonial masters. But nothing about us says that we should actually remain there. But I think it's also scandalous that we have not made strides in making sure that we can develop African languages. Fortunately, there are many institutions that are beginning to do that. The University of Free State, I think they've taken a position that within 5 years, in each faculty, there must be one subject, I think it's what is true, one subject that can be taught fully in an African language, but as a way of showing that it is actually possible, so that a Black child does not feel that he is second class or third class and all that. Now, the last example that throws it to you, a friend of mine, who's a physicist, bright guy, born in South Africa, was going to France. And for some reason, I'd forgotten that. And he spent more time speaking, trying to learn French, and even had tapes. And I asked him, Chief, what is this fascination with French? Then he said, no, but I told you I'm going to France. Oh, you're going to France. So how long are you going to France? He says, no, 2 weeks. I said, no, that's good. That's good. Very interesting. So you go to France and you learn the French language, even though you're going to spend 2 weeks there. You were born in this country. You've never bothered to learn my language. Then he said, yeah, interesting. And I said, you know why? Because I exist to serve you, to make myself understood by you. You don't have that burden. And this is what the African child goes through. That from childhood, you're told that it is your duty to learn other people's language, but it is not their duty to learn yours. And this is where the hierarchy comes in. And do you think that African will enter the world with the level of confidence that the Chinese president enters? But what's worse, it has also to do with the processing and the making an idea formation. Good example, when we had COVID, I was receiving a blow-by-blow report from Harvard about what they're doing every day to try to deal with COVID because it was not understood every day. John Hopkins was doing the same thing. Cuban scientists were doing the same thing. The Chinese were doing the same thing, all investigating. The whole continent of Africa, made of 1.3 billion, was doing nothing because they lack a sense of confidence. So language and the colonial mindset makes it difficult for us even to participate in finding a solution for our own. Instead, after there was a vaccines, Africans were standing up demanding to be given vaccines. And you ask what happened to them, try to do what all other people do, is because they are colonized. Because what we have done, colonization has stripped the sense of confidence in them, that they can never even find a solution. The solutions must be given to them. That is the danger of what we do every day. So the business of decolonization, it's a business of justice. It's a business of how we consider ourselves. And what we do produce are still what Carter Woodson says, a Black person who knows his place. And what the University of Zululand, I assume, says, we must disrupt that. And the question that Pedro raises is, let us engage with it, but let's also think about the damage we do to the African child, both in terms of his psyche and his standing in the world.
Thank you very much, Prof. We will now proceed to tea. There's one comment on the chat. We'll take that maybe after tea, but I think we can just read that comment. It was not necessarily a question. We can take it later. Our tea was supposed to end at 11. With your kind permission, can it end at 11:05? And I'm suggesting that we grab our tea and return to the room. Usually for hybrid events, we often disadvantage the online participants. So in order to limit that, they're not having tea, so why should they just wait for us to be having tea? Can we grab the tea and return to the room, and we'll proceed at 11:05, at which time Dr. Tele will take over program directing. It seems he's just found out, but the dean is aware, I promise you. I just want to say this while we go and grab our tea. It's the first time in one session that Prof. Siepe demonstrates that he's a physicist. He actually quoted Einstein and talks about his physicist friend. Congratulations, Prof. If I paid for your studies to do physics, I would have demanded a refund and asked you to go to humanities. Okay, colleagues, we break for tea. We'll be back at 11:05. Thank you.
Time is of essence. Yeah. Can I just copy this like this? You know, red. Please settle down. Colleagues, the time now is 11:10 and 11:20. Let us continue with our conversation. As Professor Shokane said earlier on, that this is an intellectual project and a very serious project whereby we have to switch on our mindsets and really have a positive attitude, you know, so that we can really have the energy and the right mind to propel and to take forth this huge project. A lot of discussion earlier on, thanks to Professor Siepe. And now we are doing the roundtable reflections by Professor Shokane, Professor Byron Brown, Dr. Pedro Mzileni, and Professor Akpome. So I can see you've got papers, you are prepared, and we really need to hear what you've got for us so that we push also the agenda of strengthening our biographical knowledge. And that biographical knowledge needs to be disseminated to the classroom. We cannot reinvigorate, we cannot restore the ontology if our biographical knowledge is found wanting. So having said that, I would like to start with Professor Brown, please behave. We'll start with Professor Shokane. All right, Prof, our Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, the podium is yours. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Program Director. You know, as Professor Siepe was presenting, I could feel the energy in the room, and he's hitting it on the nail. And for me, as I was sitting there, it even like sort of restating the purpose of this workshop, Prof. Siepe. I know we're still in day one, and it tells you, especially the vision of the Vice Chancellor actually on how she even planned that we must have this workshop as the Faculty of the Humanities and Social Sciences. But colleagues, what I want to emphasize and to make sure that we're moving in the same ship, all of us today. All of us, we are the University of Zululand. Professor Siepe is only here to assist us with the direction in relation to our strategy. And this cannot be done only by our faculty only, it's for everyone in the university. It's very important for us to understand the issues of epistemic colonization, as he was alluding earlier on. And also I think everyone also should be able to, Prof. Siepe said we must have a library on selected readings which pertains to African thought. One of my favorites is Ngugi wa Thiong'o, The Decolonization of the Mind, which clearly you can tell from the discussions and what transpired in the morning that decolonization of the mind is the powerful idea that has not yet found its full expression. So hence also the strategy of our university to become the node of African thought. But then what does this mean, colleagues? It means now the burden is on our shoulders in our respective fields. Whether it's English, whether it's sociology, it's you now who have to chart the course, the direction of what does this mean for your learners, colleagues, for our learners, for our university. And before I get distracted, Prof. Siepe, I had a discussion with my HOD, Professor Rottenberg, about diligentia cresco. And which is, I think it's Italian, Latin. It is Latin, which means with diligence we shall serve. But then what does it mean now for us as we're saying we are the university, we are the node of African thought? So, but then this opportunity, colleagues, it's giving us an opportunity for all those systemic structures which are not correct. It's our opportunity which our university, the Vice Chancellor and Council and management are giving us to correct. So we can't be standing here and saying English is not correct, isiZulu is not correct, and we fight against ourselves. I'll be saying, you'll pardon me, colleagues, I'll say then we'll be allowing Verwoerd to lead us from the grave. But the whole idea of the node of African thought is not about that. It's about you to look in your specific field. In the university is for all of us. If something you see that, okay, maybe there's a gap here. Remember, even on my opening, I explained that this will require concerted efforts from everyone. Because at the end, everyone is an ambassador of the University of Zululand. Even for you, Dr. Mzileni, you have a role to play. That's why you're here. So we want to hear from you actually in your field or as an employee of the university, what change are you going to bring here? But the direction of this workshop, colleagues, I don't want a situation where we'll start repeating the same processes of apartheid and saying, we all understand the hegemony of English, that we cannot debate. There's issues of culture, there's issues of identity. It's all those things of apartheid. And the third part, Prof. Siepe, with South Africa, besides the issue of colonization, is the legacy of apartheid, which there's no way which you can address decolonization without focusing on the issue of what apartheid has done and all those things. And even I think what was last year when we met with our heads of departments, when we're planning our strategy for 2024, we also understand, Prof. Siepe, and acknowledge that we come from a space of woundedness. There's no way you can address injustices and you don't feel the pain. But then we're now making a conscious effort. What are we doing? How are we dealing with that pain? Do we continue to perpetrate? Do we continue to liberate? what does this mean actually for everyone who's here? So, but then as I was listening also this morning, issues of rediscovering also and recovery, because there cannot be liberation without all those things. And there's no way you'll deal with this without focusing on history, culture, language, identity. And language, I can invite Prof. Kwesi Pra on language. He'll tell you about the many languages that we have. But then it's for us to unpack, what does this mean for us as the University of Zululand? Which one is going to work for us? And colleagues, I think we are at the right time as the faculty also. If you also remember, I'm not saying, I know some maybe they're saying I speak for management, but our management, they do listen. You'll remember even our faculty, it was the Faculty of Arts. And we did make a proposal that for now, it's not Better Place. It's supposed to be Humanities and Social Sciences, and it was supported. So the approach that they're following now is not a top-down approach, actually. What the strategy is saying, it's us. That there was something, Prof, you said about the gap in the think tanks. It's here, capacity is here, but what we're saying, how do we maximum the capacity that we have in the faculty, also in the university, to bring about this change? I'll also always refer to Prof. Rattenberg because he is my head of department from social work, where I come from. And at time I'll say things like, I'll tell you, Prof, some decisions when you make sure you make right decisions, because history will judge you. And then he'll come tomorrow and say, Prof, you know what you said? I couldn't sleep a week. But what actually we're saying, it's for us to imagine the alternative. What is the alternative? If things were not done right with our curriculum, how are we going to change that? How are we going to make sure that Shakespeare in English is not dominating? I think the direction in issues of epistemic colonization, it's around that. And also even issues of research, Prof. Brown, you hear, we have to make sure that we offer hope, we offer change, assurance to those communities that we go there, not necessarily like we're going there to collect data without making an impact in those communities. And it was also about commitment. I think I did pick up the issue of commitment, having that sense of agency. I like it when Prof. Sepe was saying, I could feel the energy from the English department that is provoked. He's sort of provoked. And because you need that agitation of change, actually, we need that sense of agency. So it's all about translating all this into actions and ensuring that the knowledge that is there, it speaks to what we're actually saying. It's about taking also the African perspectives, the terminologies. I know in all the modules, we're sort of striving now to find the terms. Maybe if I give an example with criminal justice, and also maybe being a social worker, you find cases, for an example, a case that at the end, it won't be judged correctly because of the language. What a child maybe says, when they interpret it, it's something else. So those factors I think the colleagues are being considered, and they should be considered. So I think it's bigger than, I don't even know how to say it, but it's saying it's about us. This is us as the Faculty of Humanities. We are given a chance to shape the direction of the discourse of the learning in the institution. Thank you, colleagues.
And colleagues, please do make notes, and if you have questions for later on, so that we keep the flow. Thank you very much, Prof. Shokane. Without wasting time, colleagues, so that we keep it very much seamless and let it flow. I would call now Professor Brown to come to the podium. Professor Brown, I'm the program director.
Thank you very much, program director. I thought maybe we were following the queue as I was still gathering my thoughts. I think Professor Sepe's presentation really stirred the room and get our thought processes working again. And I thought all of these points were a useful reminder of the colonial matrix of power that we are sitting in, surrounding us in such a way that we are even getting confused ourselves in terms of what we should be about. I don't think we're going to be fighting over language, but it's part of the colonial matrix of power that we're sitting in. You know, if Professor Sepe's points really could be summarized around three broad things. One is sitting at a structural level, at a societal structural level, where he's calling to attention the sort of things that are holding us back at a societal level. I call those societal forces. So when you talk about the underfunding, for example, of Black universities, not just during the colonial period or the apartheid period, but also even after that, after '94, we still see how certain institutions are being favored. And you just need to look at the CHE and how the NRF do their things and how they think that we should still be learning from others in order to be funded. We were discussing with the NRF about getting a center of excellence. They were saying, no, go and join up with over there and all those things. And that in itself is a strong message. I think the other point about the relevance of knowledge, and in a sense, we're saying it was more about the irrelevance of knowledge, but then it seems as if we continue to embrace the knowledge which seemed to have expired, as Nglovu mentioned. I think it's calling us to a point to say, societally, what are we saying about how we see knowledge in this broader sense? And it's a challenge for us to break that societal force that say we must continue to embrace knowledge as given, in this case, from the dominant European voices that are coming through over the years. The other point I want to raise, which is at a societal level for me, is around and again, it goes back to the point of knowledge, what seems to be the displacement of the African knowledge system. I think you made that point in your presentation. And we really need to break that bond or that practice. And I think that is why we have this project of building an African university. So those are some of the forces that are existing at societal level. And if I were to draw on one of the Europeans, like Bordeaux, to talk about habitus and structure and the domination, and I think that's where the language issue comes in, how language is used to create discrimination and all of those things. At the other level that I picked, that Sepe's perspective we're really calling attention to is really at an institutional level. And when you look at the point around the expectations at institutional level, and if we just take ourselves away from UNIZUL for a minute, because UniZulu would probably be seen as a good example. But when you look at other universities, what is the expectation around transforming and decolonizing? Right? That in itself is a message. We're in an advantaged situation, as Professor Kane mentioned, that we're given the chance to change, and it's now for us to take some actions. And I'm going to come back to that point in a bit. The other point at an institutional level is around the job requirements. Now, we need to decolonize the curriculum, and we need to decolonize methodology, we need to decolonize research and all of those things. That is the main message from UniZulu. But do we have the policy support? How much of the curriculum can we change or is allowed to change? Is it 30%? Is it 40%? 50%? I'm just raising it as a question because one of the things that we highlighted in our, you have this material with you, right? This conceptual framework, theoretical and conceptual framework to guide action is around the need to pay attention to policies. So if you look at page 24 onwards, there's a set of actions that have been suggested there that need to be implemented. And we still think that until we get to the point where we can start implementing some of these actions, we really will continue to go in circles. We know the problem, we know the challenges, we know the history. And I think Prof. Sepe laid that out very well. For good issues come straight down. But how do we get out of these colonialities or matrix colonialities that are holding us back is really what we have addressed in this booklet. So page 24 onward shows a sort of a program of actions that we should be considering. And one of them is around changing the institutional culture, action to address institutional culture. Another one is around action to address the curriculum and what we need to start paying attention to. So the expectations, as I was saying, must have been changing. At UniZulu, the expectations have changed. We must decolonize, but in other institutions, it's not the same. And as we decolonize, we have some illustrations here. For example, the approaches that we can start looking at on page 29, the pedagogy of insurgency. There's a few literature there that show us, give us some ideas as to what we need to do that can change the expectation across faculty. The pedagogy of activism, the pedagogy of vulnerability, or the humanizing pedagogy that have been talked about so frequently. Those are just some approaches that we could use to start addressing and changing the expectation around curriculum, obviously supported by policy. The other point at institutional level is around, okay, so if we address that expectation, it would deal with this question that Prof. Sepe mentioned about the programs we are offering. Because Prof. Sepe was questioning the way in which we continue to deliver programs that are still biased towards the Eurocentric approach to knowledge. So I think it would address that point very well. And then my last point, I told you not to give me that. My last point in relation to the point that Prof. Sepe addressed is at individual level. You see, when we look at who's been called on to make the change? It points back to us. But the question is, why is it that we know what to do, but we have not been doing? And I want to draw on this concept of agentic capital. And it's been talked about a lot. Agentic capital. They're saying that you can be agentic or non-agentic. And there are these features of agentic person, agentic actions, agentic features, which allow the person to impact on the structures at societal level to bring about the change that we need. So the changes at societal level, or what I call structural level, I should say, are at societal level or institutional level. And if the agentic capital is not built up properly, we're going to have problem at the individual level to change the thing that we want to do. So I thought that what seemed to be the inaction on the part of academics to change is not so much that they don't know what to do, but it's a question of how much agentic capital have been built up in the person. And I think a workshop like this is meant to build agentic capital. Let broader understanding be developed and be aware of what needs to be done. And this is some of the message that we try to communicate in this booklet that we'll put together with the recentering and building of the African thought system. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Professor Brown, for what you have just articulated and made explicit for us. And thank you for the book. One has we really have to read and internalize and. You know, Prof. Siepe, Prof. Shokane and colleagues, you know, as I'm listening to you, continuing with this conversation, a very rigorous and vital, you know, conversation. Professor Siepe, I'm thinking now of the balance of forces, you know, that we stand here today because what the balance of forces have done, you know, I would say to Africa, how the balance of forces have actually played negative or weakened the left and promoted the West. And how knowledge was or is still engineered, you know, till today. We have become a periphery as Africa, or other authors regard us in South Africa as a semi-periphery. What does that mean? How does that translate to our university? And that is the fight. We are in a battle, the battle of ideas, you know, the battle of ideas, and we really have to come out strong. You know, having said that, I am going to call Professor Akpome to take the podium, and thank you.
Thank you, my leader. I was going to protest, but considering the success that Professor Brown had, I decided to, for a second, I thought you were following the order on the program. So I was happy that I would be last, but anyways. I'm going to respond to Professor Siepe and share my thoughts on some of the things he mentioned and some of the things the others have also mentioned. First, I would like to respond to Professor Siepe started by talking about the power of narrative, how narratives shape thoughts, how they shape the present and they shape the future. I think that's a very powerful point that we are yet to give sufficient attention to. It resonates with me strongly, maybe because of my background in cultural studies, representation. My interest in works of literature is how they create narratives, how they create the idea of truth, which is often not truth at all. So at a recent workshop, I asked a very provocative question to the colleagues, and they were a bit shocked. One or two of them are in the room today. So let's look at the domain of politics. Some people are branded in certain ways in politics. So this, interestingly, I've been following this both in Nigeria and South Africa. So in Nigeria, for instance, in the lead up to the 2015 elections in Nigeria, the incumbent government was branded as very corrupt. Allegations were washed in the news, local and international. This is 9 years after that intense campaign carried on from 2013 to 2014. Nobody has been found guilty of those offenses. So if you ask people today, who is this person? It's easy for people to say corrupt. But then if you ask them, where is the evidence in a case that was proven, apart from the innuendo that you find on TV? And the West has used that very powerfully in making Africans feel inferior. So Prof. Sepe referred to, for instance, the idea of Babel, the idea that there are very many languages in Africa. Prof. Pra, in his very empirical study, has asked for the list of the 3,000 languages from Africa. There is no list that has 3,000 languages from Africa. It's just, these are numbers that are just bandied about to give the impression that the languages are so many. Don't even try to start. Now, where are you going to start from? There are thousands of languages. Ask for the list. Pra, on the contrary, gives a list of 18 languages. He believes Africa does not have more than 18 languages. So I think we need to focus on narrative. We have to find a way to enter that space. And one way might be to follow the suggestion given by the Honorable Minister of Education when he attended our inaugural conference, when he said, where is the academic in social debates? Why are we not writing blogs, podcasts? Because there are ways to counter the mainstream. You are never, Prof. Sepe, you are never going to be invited on CNN to say the things you say here. Never. Even our local CNN will never invite you. Pedro, never. They will never call you to a mainstream news outlet to say the things you are saying. What about alternatives? Prof. Nzama raised this point in our professorial guild, if you remember. We're discussing these things in the professorial guild. We're in a fancy place drinking tea, like we're in a fancy place now drinking tea. And then she says, these ideas of education that we have, who is going to give it to the primary school teacher? They don't go to conferences. They don't go to seminars. So this is where innovation is required. We must craft spaces where we must disseminate knowledge. And this journal and NRF, and yeah, we like all those monies you give to us. It's a system that will never challenge the dominant narrative. Because that system will actually now tell you what kind of journal is this. Don't publish in that journal, publish in this journal. When you send your stuff to that journal, they'll say, we don't like your methodology. We don't like the conclusions. They will bend your hands that when you see the paper you wrote, you won't recognize it anymore. If they finally accept it, you won't even recognize that I wrote this particular paper. So we need to look for other spaces of knowledge dissemination. That's what I think. Another thing, Professor Sepe said, real transformation begins in the classroom. So I want to pitch this at the personal level, but I'll speak about myself, maybe individual. And Prof also said, thank you for that point, when you told Baba here that he has a role. We all have a role. And I do think as the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, I may not be very correct, but historically, we are a faculty that functions almost like the brains of the university, which is why Prof. Sepe would like to join us. Why he wants to leave physics. Yes, he is an honorary member of the faculty. So what do you do in the classroom? I think that's very powerful. Your individual, because we can say all we want, we can nod in compliance, because how can you shake your head? CMD is here. You want the VC to see that you are shaking your head. You won't shake your head. You will nod, you will say nice things that will please the dean, that will please the DVCs and the VC. What is going to happen when you stand in front of those 40 students, your first years, your 32nd years, your 10 honors students, when you sit in consultation with your master's student and your PhD students. That is what is going to determine whether we succeed or not. And I argue that every one of us at UniZulu, in South Africa, in Africa, should have a statement on decolonization. If you disagree with it, say so. Because I meet people all the time, this is decolonization, I don't even know what they are saying. Where is going to? So what do you say about it? Speaks to the agentic capital I think Professor Brown talked about. These workshops are meant to give us capital so that we can function as agents of change. I am fortunate. I got into this decolonization thing very recently with Prof. Masoha, Prof. Ndlovu. I came from a tradition of post-colonial studies, but I realized that my interest in decolonization started with my mother. My mother is the first one who used the terms colonial mentality for all of us in the house. She forbade any of us to bear non-indigenous names. My mother was the first one who told us that whoever is not proud of his color, proud of his language, proud of his identity is not fit to live. And I've carried that with me my whole life. So it's what you tell your learners that they will take. And that's why I find the classroom a very powerful space, especially with the first years, where they are so eager to receive, they're so impressed. They come to UniZulu, it's like they're in Harvard. You see them at UniZulu, you see them taking pictures, they are blown away, they are excited. It is when we must capture their hearts. And so, but it depends on what you believe. Do you agree that the world is in crisis, as Gacheni said? So some of us don't agree. If you are paying your bond, you are buying a new car, you are getting promoted, are you in a crisis? Let's be honest. Some of us don't believe that we are in a crisis. We think we're doing fine. I just got a new place in Merencia, Grantham Park. I just put a pool. Like, who is in crisis, please? It's not me. So we need to interrogate that. We need to interrogate that. But those who think broader understand that the world is in a crisis. Look at Gaza. 30,000 people slaughtered live on Facebook, on TV, on Facebook, and the world is doing nothing about it. Look at Ukraine. 500,000 Ukrainians killed over 2 years for a war that ought to never have started. And then the dominant people in the world are desperate. They will kill the whole world just to get their way. The world is in crisis, in case we don't know. You might have bought a new car and paid down a deposit for a new house, but the world is in a crisis. Don't be so assured. Something can happen to your property in the next 1 year. Then, in terms of personal practice, I think the decolonial, what we've been learning, asks us to be disruptive, to be transgressive, to be decisive. But how can we be, and I get inspiration from Prof. Seke. When you mentioned this thing the last time, what Shrefoot said, I've never forgotten about it. When he said, what we are going to do, it will be impossible to reverse. That's how colonial people behave. When they sign leases, they sign for 100 years. They know what they are doing. They sign for 90 years. They lock you up like literally forever. They do things your grandchildren will be unable to reverse. But now we are being called to decolonize. Some of us are interested in half measures. No, half measures will not work. Half measures will not work. We have a saying in my place that if you want to jump over a big ditch, big stream, you calculate. Sometimes you have to move back because you can't do it twice. You can't jump and in the middle say, no, I didn't run far enough. One jump, half measures are not enough. So when you are in your class, when you come up with your curriculum, what have you decided? I know this is colonial, but should we remove it? If we remove it, it seems as if we are angry. It seems as if I hate white people. Because that's what many of us say. Whereas you know that that knowledge is faulty. But what will you say in the departmental meeting when that other colleague looks at you in the face? No, let's not go. I don't want trouble. So we must take, but that comes with confidence. And that confidence comes with building agentic capital. You must have studied. That's why I suggest go, if you are seated in this room now and you're online and you do not have a personal policy, a personal statement on decolonization, go and read. Then come out and tell us that what we are saying is wrong. Challenge us to a debate. The dean is here. I'll make a promise on her behalf. And Professor Siepe is here. We will give you the debate where you tell us that there's no need for decolonization. We'll give you a floor to defend yourself. There's a Nigerian guy who did it, Olufemi Taiwo. Great. He went on air to say he's against decolonization. And some people are taking on him. So be confident. Tell us your belief, because that's what's going to inform what you teach in class. We need an education that is a practice of freedom. Freedom from false ideas. What theories do you use? Do you believe, do you even understand those theories? Abo Bandura, Abo Brom from Berna. They talk about reality as if they invented reality. No, reality, nature was not invented overseas. I'm paraphrasing Prof. Siepe now. Nature doesn't write its laws in English. I'm in a PGD class yesterday, and they're introducing us to learning theories. First of all, they say, go and craft your teaching theories. But then they say, go and read. Then I asked the convener, how can I read to craft my philosophy? You're just asking me to go and reproduce somebody else's philosophy. I said, I'm sorry, man, but I'm not going to read what you're asking me to read. I pray I don't fail. Prof, if I fail, you should know why. I mean, how do you read to articulate your philosophy? Your philosophy should come from you. But you must mention Bandura and Vygotsky and Piaget. And then what do they say? Put all of them together, what do they say? They say a person learns from his environment. Excuse me, my Gogo knew that a person learns from his environment. That's why he encouraged me not to hang around with bad boys. Like they behave, and these are the things we take in and we regurgitate. And what do? We are digging the hole of coloniality. Our brains are full with Cresswell. All right, thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Prof has spoken about being decisive and being disruptive. And I remember in the VC's web, Professor Brown and Ndlovu Kacheni quoted Freire saying, a teacher must reveal himself or herself in order to bring trust. Reveal that, are you a Marxist? Are you a feminist? A pragmatist? So that students can engage you, and bring and make your teaching to be more vibrant, Yeah, very interesting. And thank you so much, Prof. Apome. Pedro, I'll call you Pedro, my colleague from the Department of Sociology. Dr. Mzileni.
Thank you so much, HOD, Dr. Gwele. Good morning once again, colleagues. So when the invitation came, I had a conversation with Dr. Gwele, especially yesterday, because I was saying to her, the politics of knowledge, where do we start? And she said to me, well, at least when you're on day one, so you will go first. Now I'm on day two, I'm safe. Good luck. Yeah. So I just thought that, okay, let me take you, colleagues, to the world of my classroom at UNIZO. Just to give you a picture of what is going on in the classroom at the moment. Of course, I'm not talking about the classroom because the dean, the HOD is here just to prove I'm doing my job, you know. But I'm just trying to show you what is going on there. But before I go there, colleagues, on the debate of language we had in the previous session, I was only raising issues because we are the Faculty of Humanities. The Faculty of Humanities is a conscience of the university, you know. The precise definition, strategies, and philosophies concerning what UNIZULU is as a node of African thought, such things will come from the Faculty of Humanities, you know. And of course, when you are in such a faculty, you must know upfront that it's a site of struggle, you know. It's a contestation of ideas. And ideas cannot be depersonalized from who you are. You've got to be emotional when you're challenged. It's part of life. That's how you learn and unlearn. But it does not mean we cannot have a beer on Friday. You know? and besides, I was only raising the question to Professor CF, you know. And in such a nice man, I'm such a nice person. I'm so small. I'm so, you know. So I hope HOD will have beer on Friday. You know? I was not calling for the closure of the English department colleagues. You know. And I was just saying, in Kanyiso building was a floor 8, 9, 10. Yeah, but it was, I looked very innocent. And I was so nice. So day to be Friday, I hope we'll have beer each week. I don't want to create any wars. Please, colleagues. So, in the so this year, when I came in, the HOD gave me a first, second, and third year class, of which the privilege at UNIZULU is that per week you have 3 classes with them. So in the first week, I said to them, I need to know who you are. So tell me about yourself. I'll also tell you guys about myself. Because sometimes you see these titles of Dr. Pedro Mzileni, they actually hide a lot rather than reveal. You know, you say Professor Shogan, but the professor is hiding the person. It's hiding who this individual is and their clan history and who they are and where they come from, you know? So I said to my students, I entered the formal education system in the 1990s, you know, in South Africa. And some of you might take this for granted, but a large majority of nation states in Africa got their independence in the 60s, right? Yes. South Africa, colleagues, was the last one to gain independence, only in the 1990s. That is very, very recent, you know? And on top of that, South Africa is a settler colony, right? Cecil John Rhodes was here physically. He killed, he raped, he conquered the land. And there were armed struggles to resist his settler conquest. Plantation slavery was here. When you talk about Inza Mshweshwe, you're talking about the armed struggle. So what makes Southern Africa unique is that it was a settler colony, but not only a settler colony, but it was a settler colony on the foundation of violence, of armed struggles. And those in the 90s were still taking place in the 90s. You know? And the students, most of them, are born in the 90s and also in the 2000s. In other words, they are born deep in the terrain of armed struggles and settler colonialism. So they come from violent communities. So as they were introducing themselves, so I took the first week, it was basically us getting to know one another. And I know them by names. First years, I have 4 bright students who are already competing against each other. Andile, Sabelo, Nongulego, okay. Second years, there's Andy Somos Pogas. And third years, there's Mobile, Mos Pumele. I know them by names and who they are and where they come from. Now, those introductions and that personal interaction with us made me then determine, Professor Siebe, which readings must we utilize? And I thought for them to understand themselves better in the continent, the first one we're going to begin with is going to be Fanon. The Rush of the Earth, chapter 1, concerning violence. And I said to them, we're going to cover this book in 3 weeks. Because I want them to know that getting a degree from the University of Zululand, it's supposed to be difficult. This is a university with a liberation heritage concerning the aspirations of our own people. It has a rich intellectual heritage. So if you thought coming here, you're going to have a cool breeze, you are in a wrong class. Fanon, concerning violence, haka. And they are writing essays. I am building a culture of resilient students. And my favorite class are the first years. Very enthusiastic, very emotional, and emotions in sociology are so important because that's how you learn and unlearn. You can't teach racism with a polite language in class. There has to be emotions when you talk about gender-based violence. Those are traumatic experiences that happened to our people during the conquest of settler colonialism. So the classroom is emotional. Because I want them to be resilient and know that getting a Zululand degree is supposed to be difficult. You must be stressed. You must cry. You must doubt yourself. It's part of the journey of being a resilient adult. You know? So, as you know, Prof, many academics run away from Fanon. Prof. They don't want to touch Fanon. Because Fanon calls things by their names. Page 1, Fanon says, decolonization is a program of complete disorder. Page 1, decolonization is a violent phenomenon. All right? He says those things. So as they were reading, Prof, yesterday, the HOD called me into the office, so we interacted with master students. I'm not sure if you noticed, I was a bit uneasy when I came through. I just had a very interesting consultation with the first year who came, she wrote a page because on Friday they are writing a review of concerning violence. And I've asked them to write 5 pages in 50 minutes. They thought it was a joke. Last week, I made them do an exercise of filling up a page in 10 minutes. And they've proven that they can do it. So the fact that UniZulu or UniZulu students were deprived of resources, it does not mean that they were deprived of talent. Or they were deprived of the mind. No. They have potential to go all the way to excellence and the top only if you take initiative to connect with them and stretch them. You know? So the student came yesterday and she wrote what I've written here. Let me read it word to word, colleagues. The student said in the essay, this is a consultation. Killing a European is killing two birds with one stone. Let me repeat. They are reading Fanon, you know. So the student says killing a European is killing two birds with one stone. So I asked, what do you mean? He said, well, if you leave one man dead, the other one shall be free. Right? And killing a European does not mean a man per se. It can also mean killing European knowledge. When you kill colonial knowledge, you've set free African knowledge. This is a first student, HOD. Her name is Mbuli. They are writing on Friday. So after that, now on day 3, this was our first week. I'm drawing out towards the end. I said to them, guys, I love all of you. And a few said that the back, we love you too. Then the other one, the front, like, yes, so what is about? Why was it important for me to tell them that I love them? Because you can't teach people you don't love. Right? And also, you will never give quality education to people you don't love. And most importantly, you will never believe in people you don't love. When you love them, you also mean, I believe in you. Are we together? So I kept saying to them, you know, UNIZOL students, many people have defined you. Many people talk about you. You should hear people outside when they talk about UNIZOL students. They can't read. They are lazy. They're not sophisticated. They plagiarize. It's like a European team when they talk about Africa. Yeah? Africa is not sophisticated. Africa can't read. Africa is lazy. So how are we different from colonial missionaries in the way we talk about our students? You will never talk about them in that tone when you love them. When you love a people, you believe in them and you work so hard together to emancipate them and believe them. Because Black African universities have always been centers of excellence, where we ask our students to produce volumes of hard work of excellence to the extent that they can even beat UCT students. Because if they are reading Fanon at first year, they can have a conversation with anyone in the world, holding a UNIZOL degree. So let me pause there. I just wanted to give that picture in the classroom, that we cannot educate our own children like how the enemy defined a destiny for them. These are our own children. We can shift the script and become an excellent university with that is a node on African thought in concrete terms, beginning with the talent of our own young people, our own classmates. Thanks, John.
Thank you very much, Pedro, Dr. Anzeleni. It's painful here. I'm like, excited. Thank you so much. And yes, the importance of knowing our students is on top of the list. And yes, I think we are on the right path in terms of decolonizing sociology Decolonizing Humanities and Social Sciences. We are on the right path. I think what Dr. Mzileni has said here is it's doable. We can all do it. And the time, colleagues, is now. Not tomorrow, but now. And yes, the importance, Prof. Shokane, of also putting, when you do our duty load allocation, you know, and always have, you know, your professors, your senior doctors at first year, all right? So that, you know, as we teach and students learn, you know, we are really building grounded, you know, students. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm going to allow, I know you have been digesting what each one of you have been saying. I'm going to allow a round, we have a bit of time. If there are any questions, comments on what the roundtable has articulated. I'll start from my far left. Okay, okay, Prof. Fikile Butwane, I'm noting you, that's one. Another hands, colleagues. I am a Vuso. We usually say in our structures, we don't want a Vuso. You understand? So, any other one? Okay, I will check online just now. Yes. Any other ones on the Ms. Lamini Swazi? Okay, I'll just take two. And then before I take your question, Prof. Fikile Butwane and Swazi, let's check online and then I'll come back to you. Disappeared. 3 dots. Oh, okay. No. Press again. It says. Show.
Oh, yeah, got it.
Okay. All right. This is passed. Okay, we've got this one. Okay, we don't have new comments on the chat. I'll allow Professor Fikile Butwane, if you can just come forward so that you can be audible. Swazi, please come and stand next to Professor Fikile Butwane. All right, colleagues, any other hand? Going once, going twice. Gone.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you very much to our speakers this morning. And I'm very excited and happy that I'm here. And I had questions, but since listening to the roundtable discussion, they have now become comments. And I'm making these comments to say to ourselves, I think we need to be really serious and focused. After this workshop, I don't think we can come out of here and having not changed. And so my areas of concern really were about how are we going to proceed with this project to ensure adequate political will and economic power for us as UNIZULU to achieve our goals to decolonize the curriculum and develop this institution as a leader in African thought. And Dr. Mzileni, you have responded to some of my concerns, even though the specifics are different. And I think Professor Brown also, in terms of what you're saying about the research. But allow me to say the areas that really are concerning to me is that as we talk about political power, I'm talking at an individual and at an institutional level, because I'm thinking, Prof. Brown has mentioned the NRF, and I will add NIHSS, and he's mentioned CHA. If you look at their criteria for funding, for me, they are restricting access because they're capping them at 40 years, 45 years. And well, I don't have the money, but my concern is that the type of students that we have are old or elderly students. We do have them. And I'm looking particularly in the creative arts, because a lot of them, they focus in the industries on performance. And it only develops later that let me look into research, let me look into postgraduate studies. And if we're not decolonizing that funding formula, you know, we're restricting access, especially for the Black students, because the only time they hear about postgraduate students, I mean, studies and research is when they come here, you know. And remember, some of them are first-time graduates in their families. And even being here, if had it not been for NSFAS, for an example, they wouldn't be here. So I think we need to be really rigorous, you know, in looking at these policies. So as an artist, I'll say the beat must be more upbeat, the pace, more upbeat. We need to move a little bit faster. And having said that, I'm also concerned about the costs. You know, we seem to be quiet about that at the moment. And yet for me, it should be part of the construct, Prof, because if we're rethinking a decolonization of the curriculum, it's going to require a lot of resources. So we need to be, it should be part of the construct as we are speaking already. I'm concerned that this conversation is not taking place. And also the other silence that I'm concerned about is around issues of gender or erasure of women. In the domain, as we are speaking, epistemology is still a monopoly of men. And I'm going to make a very crude example. Look at our program today. How many females are in the program? Yep. And yet we have a conglomerate of academics, you know, who are females in our own institution. So if you can pay attention to those issues, I'll really be very happy. Yes, yeah, that's what I had. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I must also confess that most of the questions that I had have been answered by the panel. But mine is turned now into a comment of some sort. So firstly, I agree with the discussants in terms of the narrative and the importance of decolonizing the curriculum and, you know, UniZulu entering the space of being a node of African thought. I think for me, another important part about this project is the importance of decolonizing publishing houses, which are agents of information dissemination, which tend to promote the narrative of Eurocentric ontology, which is problematic, even for me as well as a lecturer for international relations, right? So what I tend to do in class, when I give tasks or group assignments and so forth, and for them to do the research, I always look for a topic that in terms of the context is more Africanized, right? That they can relate to. And in spite, you know, recommending using certain theories, right, that are more Eurocentric, I break them down and I look for alternatives in terms of who promote decoloniality, who look at the context of an African university or African scholars, that in terms of their view, how they view international politics and what's currently happening and how it impacts us as a smaller economy and so forth. So for me, I'm also proud then to say that, you know, UniZulu, HSS being a trendsetter, we have our own academic journal, Nkanyiso Journal, right? Which is also meeting the criteria, promoting a node of African thought, which is very important, right? Because information disseminated through a diluted narrative of what Africa is or what Africa should be, which limits, right, in terms of we have to then decolonize. First, we must reconstruct what this information that's available is saying. What does it mean to us, right? How do the students receive it or perceive it? And I'm pro decolonizing the curriculum, and I'm happy to be participating today and to be a change of agent. And I'm so happy that now my confidence is being boosted by knowing that the policies coming that also confirm that what I'm doing is fine. I'm not being a pessimistic, and I'm not being anti-European, you know, because sometimes you worry. You, as a scholar, you have to worry about your own biasness. So I've been worried about my own biasness coming to class and, you know, teaching the students a certain narrative. So I always do a disclaimer first before I tackle a certain topic and say, my view is this and this. But, you know, obviously because knowledge is this, so you make up your own minds. And I use examples that are pro-African, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, colleagues, Dean, everybody. Thank you so much, Prof. Siepe and colleagues, Research Director. My name is Veli Chiane from the Information Studies Department. I'm here to say, to kind of say how can we in the Department of Information Studies add value to what we want to do. We are a department that is teaching records management, the strategies of keeping records. We are the department that is related, or I am the experience of the practitioner on how to do things, because I was once and I'm still a practitioner, the librarian herself, doing things, receiving books or any other information material, placing orders from academics. So I was literally doing that. So what I want to say is that as a department in the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, I think I need to lead in terms of what we order. The library committee where we order, I think I need to play a role there with my colleague to say, let us add the material that will take us there. I remember now there was a center led by the then Dr. Kuzwayo from African Languages in the 90s or early 2000s. That center was addressing African systems, and it was placed in the library where there is now commons. I don't know what happened to that center, because if we think we want to have material and systems, we need to have a center. And I think the Dean has touched on that, and Professor Brown has touched on that, to say, if there is a center and there are people, we can revisit and revitalize that center, so that when we order material, which will be used for research, for teaching, we just go to the center. We do not go to the library and find a corner there. I know that there is a new director, Ms. Mate. We are in conversation in so many things because we are librarians. I have practiced, we are librarians, and I think we want to say, although Ranganathan from India is the most quoted person in our sector, but we have to rewrite what we are doing in South Africa at this point in time, especially if you are pushing a note for African thought. So that's why I am saying I vouch for this, and I really need to see it with our study material, and also assist in terms of ordering when we get those budgets, to say, colleagues, let us order relevant material. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Chiane. Colleagues, the time is 12:25 from the round table. Professor, I'll give you just half a minute. From the round table, any for comments, probably something that probably came out from the other members of the round table. And so, okay, I'll start with Professor Brown and then Dr. Zileni. Please be short. And then Professor, are you fine, Prof? Okay, it's Brown and Zileni, Shokane. Are you fine? Have you had enough? Okay, he says you can always talk, and then Prof. Siepe will actually round off. Thank you. Not 2 minutes, half a minute. Zileni.
Thank you very much, Program Director. And let me thank colleagues for those questions. And I thought I didn't go in detail in terms of this booklet, but I think a lot of the questions that we have really are embedded in the program of actions. The first portion of this book addressed the issue of how we conceptualize the node for African thought and the sort of a change that are taking place both at institutional level and at individual level. So that's the conceptualization and the theorization part, which goes up to page 23. 24 onwards is a program of actions. Now in there are some of the things that have come out in the questions. For example, how are we going to move from here onwards in terms of the program of actions? At the curriculum level, right, I thought that it would have been ideal for us to have a day where the curriculum is decolonized and become and address how we have done that, and we engage around what section of the curriculum will change, or which we could even make a case study to say this particular curriculum we're going to focus on that in this case. So I thought that sort of action is very necessary, and the next discussion should not just be for talking, but should be to look at or critique something that has been adjusted or transformed, and we discuss where that has happened. For me, that for me is going to be a crucial thing, and Prof. Siepe probably can elaborate more on that. We also talk about the example of the NRF and its discrimination. I think that's one of the societal level structure that I mentioned. NRF is a structure at the societal level, and it's impacting on institutional level things. But the learning experience is something that we shape ourselves. And the same learning outcome can be achieved using different learning experience. And if we decide to use African books as opposed to European books, we don't need to change the learning outcome. We can kill the same cat using different type of stones or whatever objects we want to use. And I think that should be the idea there. The second question around, I was talking to Dr. earlier on about his presentation on the sociology classroom that he let us into. I'm not sure whether you're going to address that point, but what I was suggesting to him is that maybe that sociology module should become a common module across the university.
Yeah.
I agree. And I said to him, put it to the dean, and we take it to Senate, and we can look at it to say how maybe we can support as a 0 credit. It could be a 0 credit. That's something that you do for 3-4 weeks, and they get exposure. Just like how we are training ourselves to build agentic capital, we should also expose our students to some kind of a conversation around the major issues that are there in decolonization. If you read this section in the program of action on the library, there is the talk about curatorship and the need for the library to build up a repository of the African scholars and the African scholarship. So I was very happy when our professor just talked about her experience in library matters and the prescription and the books that they're going to prescribe. I think work with the library to see how best we can really look at the program of action for the library and how best we can help them to achieve that particular goal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Program Director. I have been given 1 minute. Half a minute, yes.
It's your HOD.
My HOD, yes. Just 3 quick points. Firstly, I'm glad it's coming from the mouth of the research director that the sociology course should be made compulsory in the whole university. I hope, Dean, you are listening. Because me and Dr. Taylor, we want to take that seriously. And there are many living case studies in other universities where a similar project is running to conscientize the entire student body so that everyone is aware of who they are. So let me go quickly to the point I wanted to stretch about why I said South Africa was the last country to receive independence in Africa. Receiving independence in the 90s and speaking here in 2024, it's very, very, very recent. You know, it means South Africa is one society that is still grappling with questions of neo-colonialism, neoliberalism, racial capitalism. These things are still fresh. And when the wounds of settler colonialism are still fresh, one thing that will be dominant amongst the colonized is a constant state of confusion. A constant state of confusion. For an example, the NRF and the NHISS funding structures, if you trace them, who sets the criteria? The private banks and the MasterCard Foundation are involved. You know, that's why they set the limit of the age to 40 to 45, right? That is a European Western society view of labor. Labor must be quick, young, and agile. But in Africa, the ones who hold wisdom and knowledge are older people. Our grandmothers and grandfathers are the ones who hold the most vital knowledge for the upbringing of many generations. So in Africa, if you're using financial African models of research, funding would be going to older students because they are the ones, in our own perspective, who offer that type of knowledge. In fact, there wouldn't be any age limits whatsoever. It will be open-ended for anyone to pursue knowledge. So that is another feature of imperialism that seeps into these funding regimes of NRF and NHISS, which we think are ours. So the neo-colony is always a constant place of confusion. Lastly, not only must we decolonize publishing houses, but we need to introspect also. Is our ethics committee decolonized? Because I've seen many groundbreaking research ideas from students only going to the ethics committee to die. Ethics committees of neoliberal universities are graveyards for outstanding African ideas of people who want to do outstanding groundbreaking work. They ask you about Creswell. Creswell who says, go interview the widows of Marikana in 45 minutes. And you must triangulate the story of a widow. What rubbish is that? How can I talk about the death of my husband in 45 minutes? And I must triangulate it. And those are the ethics committees we have in African universities. I mean, the levels of rubbish are just unimaginable. So decolonizing the ethics committee itself is a point to revisit when you want to do this kind of work. And sometimes the ethics committee must also have an arbiter, sometimes, because you submit something, it comes back, there needs to be another layer. Someone who will provide a decolonial intervention that, no, colleagues, this study must go through because we are a node of African thought. There are just areas that we must break through. Not only decolonizing publishing houses, decolonizing ethics committees, but I also think maybe as a project in moving forward, there needs to be a University of Zululand press. You know? Publishing our own books. We can't be taking books to Wits University Press. For what? Yet we know the capital forces behind it. There's nothing stopping us from establishing a UniZulu Press where outstanding work from our own scholars and intellectuals could be provided for the world. I'm sorry.
Yes. Good afternoon once more, colleagues. I just want to highlight two things which I hope I won't forget. The first one, colleagues and Prof. Siepe, specifically to you, I think speaking from the humanities and social sciences and Professor Brown, when it comes to research funding, the NRF, actually what is happening, I don't think it's, I don't know how to put it, but it's mostly the issue of the humanities and social sciences field. It suffers the most, and because the priorities is the STEMs, the science, technology, engineering, and maths, and things like that. So it is accepted, colleagues, for the humanities and social sciences to speak from a view of woundedness, because especially even with rating, Prof, you are rated with the same procedures which the other disciplines are they using for the other disciplines, while they have funding, the support and everything, but the humanities and social sciences, they don't have that. But that, colleagues, like as Prof. Brown has said, it's outside the university. So what does it mean for us as the Faculty of Humanities? We have a forum, the Dean's Forum, the Humanities and Social Sciences Dean's Forum in South Africa, where we do get an opportunity to invite the NRF. And I think myself and Professor Masoho were so vocal. I don't want to mention that name. He was so upset, that guy, when he left, because you know it's those topics that you will feel that you are on his cons now. But I think the humanities and social sciences has been disadvantaged. Then you have a situation where you're navigating a space of epistemic knowledge, structural places, which because you are boxed in this profession and all those things. So I think that is what is coming up here, Professor Brown. And we are saying, and I think I always emphasize this with my HODs, that we can't, there's no way we'll deliberate on issues of decolonization without maybe Dr. Mzileni being frank and speak the truth about the heads. But as much as the head is there, what change are we bringing? What are we saying? Because you even find some colleagues, if I'll say, they'll start even a Stokvel party where all they sit is complain. And you complain, yes, but what is the solution to all those things that I mean, if you can see something is wrong, I'm very sure you even know what is the solution to that. But now the university is giving us an opportunity and even to have a voice. I was also sharing with Professor Gunane, Professor Brown, about ASAF, the Academy of Science. I'm also part of that. They're planning, Dr. Clelen knows about this, and Prof. Denise, I'm not sure if she's here. They're planning some workshop with other universities, and University of Zululand was just like sort of invited as an add-on with UCT and something like this, and they're like, oh, by the way, are you able to join online and things like that? We're having this guest lecturer or guest professor funded by the government coming from Australia. They'll visit UCT, UFS, UP, and we wanted to know if the University of Zululand can join. I said, no.
Good answer.
I said, no. What? Because you can say the program has been planned. I mean, you can imagine inviting someone from overseas, booking their flights and things like that, and maybe someone saying, hey, don't forget those underprivileged and things like that. So, but I even showed the DVC. I said, DVC, I wrote this letter, and if I'm in trouble, I'm preparing you now so that when it comes, you know what is actually transpiring. Yeah. But then anyway, they said next year they'll also make sure that UniZulu is involved, and they even add it in their plans. But what they say in essence, colleagues, it's like now the university with the strategy is giving us a chance to raise our voice, in an appropriate manner, to raise our voice and concerns and address them and come with solutions. And also, Ms. Dlamini, Prof. John knows from social work, the change has to start with you. If you are a lecturer, you identify a gap in terms of curriculum, in terms of the literature, it means that the responsibility is in your head to write that chapter, to write that book in your field. In your field. Dr. Kelly, you know what I'm talking about. Because remember, you are the lecturer in politics and international studies. Although we can give you the general information about the history, like Prof. Sepe was saying, but the core business of that program, it's you who knows. So you're supposed to shape and give direction to that. And what we're saying as we reposition ourselves, this is like sort of foregrounding for you to be able to make those changes. Prof. Patel has always sent things about modules which reflect African curricula, and you know that even if the changes are more than 50%, that you still have to get approval and things like that. But I'm not sure about the sociology module, Dr. Mzileni, being a module for everyone. But I think what we're supposed to do, it's for us to continue having this capacitation for staff, so that in their own respective fields, they'll be able to do what you are doing in your module. That I will support. I think also in our strategy, Prof. Sepe, we have, even yesterday we're busy with HR and unpacking our goals for 2024. We're supposed to have symposiums and things like that. So let's plan how we can make sure that we reach everyone. They are in the same boat with us. Because also remember when this was planned for the 3 days, Prof. Sepe, it was that everyone must attend. But we had to make sure that as much as we are here, the other colleagues, they continue with classes. Hence they are joining online. But we know there are those who like really want to see Dr. Mzileni and ask you questions and things like that. So let it not end here. Let's continue and proceed. Thank you very much.
I find myself in the very unenviable, but very powerful position of being between you and lunch. I will not abuse my power. They say in the Bible, I know you're a Bible person too, that to persuade a prince, somebody in position, you make the request repeatedly. I want to repeat the request for that module. I want to repeat. I think it will be a decisive action. I think gradual steps are insufficient. I think some steps need to be decisive. You can bother with the DVC later. So I'll just respond also to my colleague Swazi, Mr. Min. When we articulate a decolonial position, part of the pushback is this gaslighting, to make you feel bad. And then when you use terminologies like European and white, like his student used, people look at you in horror. But you were not the one who weaponized those labels.
Yeah.
No, it's not you. You can't take responsibility for that. Europeans know that they understand that when people speak against colonialism, people are not articulating against white people. During apartheid, they put signs, whites only. They didn't say racists only. There were white people who disagreed with that label, who disagreed with apartheid. But the people who proposed, who run racist systems, are the ones who racialize and weaponize those terminologies. They must take responsibility. Those terms are mainly in these discourses symbolic. They are not in reference to an individual. They do not indicate that you hate a white person or you hate white countries or you want to kill white people. So usually it's our training that makes us apologetic. And that's one of the things we must do without. Yes, we must do without that apology. We cannot be perfect. And I like it when the VC says this. The VC said this, and I've used it, especially when I go to conferences. I say, this thing you are doing, this is your declaration. How are you sure? I say, no, we are not sure. What we are sure of is the current system is not working for us. We are going to try another system. Even if the system we are trying doesn't work, we will still try another one. But I tell you one thing, 500 years we have been in this system, it hasn't worked for us. That we are sure of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roundtable. And before, between us and lunch, it's Professor Siepe. Wait.
We are gaslighting.
I will not respond to the provocation around the issues of lunch. And let me just say thank you for the input. And thank you everybody for. I had not anticipated this level of richness, not because I don't think highly of you guys, but the inputs have been so profound that they themselves present almost a need to write what one has heard as a framework of thought that is actually emerged in how do we proceed from here. And I'm glad that we have Mr. Rata taking notes, and fortunately this is recorded so you can go out of it. We do need to make sure that this find expression in some report. My first few years in the US, actually my first year in the 80s when I was in the US, I went to a demonstration or a protest by African Americans against the killing of one of their own in New York. And I saw a Black person wearing a button. And what was written in that button is very small. It says, "I just love being Black." I was so moved by it, but it was very clear what moved me and what he was also wearing. We come from a history of woundedness where we're told we don't matter. But by carrying that, he was simply embracing himself with all the negative and says, "I love just being me." And in a way, what Pedro was saying here is also profound about saying that to our students, because you cannot respect the people you don't love. So that is a very, very important submission. The second issue that I wanted to raise is Mamdani talks about historically white universities being slaughterhouses, or maybe this is my interpretation of him, slaughterhouses of Black talent. But what he also talks about is Black universities becoming detention centers of Black thought. So we need to make sure that we do not participate in creating detention centers for Black thought. You must free it. And I also want to say, when you feel strongly about something, you don't introduce it as a zero credit. If it means that much to you, it must be carried bearing. Otherwise, you don't take yourself seriously. Again, it goes back to, if you feel strongly about issues, you must resource. And the reason why we are also having this, it's also for the VC to make a justification for itself, to say, we need to start changing how we allocate funding. If the idea of creating an African university is that serious, our own practice must change. Again, just to overemphasize the point that Pedro was raising, and it's something that I always say, if you don't take yourself seriously, nobody should. And that is a posture that we must also take. That's why some of us have preferred to work in historically Black universities, because that's where there's far greater need than to be, Thirdly, if you don't create your own platform, then don't blame others when they don't accept your stories. You can learn from others, like historically white African-speaking universities. One of the things that they did is to understand that they are not going to enter into the world of academy as junior partners of English universities. They created their own platforms. So you are not going to find people accommodating your views that are radical in their spaces that require conformity, that wants you to belong. And the other thing that we have never done sufficiently, and unfortunately I've had the benefit of even challenging the CHE. In my previous incarnation, I headed an institution called Henley Business School. It was management college at the time. And when we went through the accreditation of MBAs, we received something called conditional accreditation. And I was appointed to challenge that. So when I looked at it, the first thing that they said was that our examination, the weight that the exam carried was less than what the CHE wanted. The CHE wanted like it should be about 40 or 60%. And all universities simply conform to that. Some people just decided that it would be 40% or 60%. And there was a general conformity. And that defined standards, that defined quality, which was actually nonsense. Because then what I did was to challenge them. So you need to understand that assessment is also a matter of perspective. It's a matter of philosophy. And so fortunately, I had the examples. I said, well, let me give you a university like Harvard. Harvard does not, at certain levels, does not require people to write exams. So are you going to say the university that you're all trying to imitate and emulate is wrong? And they changed that. But the point is that you need to also have confidence to challenge these things, because most of them are simply received. Somebody came up with, and you start not understanding that, but this does not make sense, because it all depends on the philosophy from which you come from. And yet, as we reminded them that when it comes to business school, Harvard University is #1. And it's that you are now saying your universities which don't appear in the first 200, have a better quality than #1. because you are all trying to mimic that, you know. So it was embarrassing, you know. And so we need to have confidence in ourselves to tackle some of these things because they are presented as if they are given. And Professor Shokani, one of the things that I regret most about my own training is that I trained as a natural scientist. And I felt shortchanged by that. I'm still trying to recover from that. I enjoyed mathematics, by the way. When I say this, I'm not saying it as somebody who did not do well. I mean, I've got my degree is a distinction in mathematics, you know, so that's how. But I wish it was balanced. Yeah. I wish I had done like they do in the US, where if you're a science student, you must take some courses in the humanities to bring, you know, you must take sociology of science, philosophy of science, but you have to take something, you know. But I did math and physics, so I feel that I'm invading the space that, but it is more my attempts to recover. What we're going through, which is what Peter was saying about the state of confusion, is what Gramsci calls an interregnum, where the old is dying, but the young is refusing to be born. You know, so we, and then you have all this morbid, you know, and we need to understand that level of confusion. And you're not going to, and if you enter that space with from a position of doubt, then you're not going to win. You're not gonna, so the university has, I've never been more excited about the possibility, because this place is a place of possibility. And you guys must actually realize that, you know. And it's good that you are continuously inviting and appointing scholars of repute who are eager to deal with this. Then for those who are disturbed by this interregnum, it's simply to say, again, Gramsci says, one of the responsibility of organic intellectuals is to critique the system as it is, but simultaneously elaborate a different perspective. So we are in that way we can actually be creative. We're in the business of problem posing, problematizing, and later problem solving. But it all comes down to what we call the practice of freedom, the means by which men and women continue to redefine and to make a different world. And this is what we need to deal with. And I was glad that in the end, Professor Brown, you were able to indicate almost a structural approach in all of this, that the engagement is at a number of levels. One, at the structural level in terms of broader social forces, where we have to engage in the CHEs and the NRFs and all that. The second one is really at the level of discourse, at the level of knowledge enterprise, discursive practices. Then it's at the institutional level. And where you left it at the institutional level, Pedro was able to take it to the personal, to say, change occurs to where you are. It is easy to, because what we tend to do, when you make it at that level, you almost, you tend to outsource it to be other people's responsibilities. But he's bringing it to the personal. He's simply saying, what role are you playing? And it goes back to what the dean said, that we need to understand that the burden of responsibility is ours. It is not we can't outsource this responsibility. So that was quite very interesting engagement. And I do want to thank Professor Fikelepi for raising that issue, that the issue of the silences around the issue of gender is very important. The issue of publishing houses, the issue of resourcing and funding, and that we need to, that will contribute to us decolonizing the faculty and decolonizing all our respective disciplines. So I do think that this was quite very rich, and I hope we can actually capture this discussion, because it never happens that we can be, I mean, today some of us are so bright. And then normally what I do is that I say things and people say, oh, can you repeat what you said? And normally I'm not able to repeat that. They say, what, you just so profound. I said, no, I can't remember. You know, not like the person who said when he appeared before the Zonal Commission, and they said, can you remember? I said, no, what I know, I don't remember, you know. Guys, thank you very much.
I'm hungry. Thank you very much for that summary, Professor Siepe. Colleagues, we're now going to go to lunch. The time now is 13:02, and I think I'm just going to hand over the reins back to Professor Akome. But before I do that, let us not forget what Ngungi says. Moving the center means not about shifting geography, but to move small minority bourgeoisie to the popular masses. And yes, change happens where you are. For change to happen where we are, it means we really should focus and should really imbibe and take these workshops with a huge responsibility and love for our students, because where we are building the nation. We are building our students. We are building our future, the future that we want, the African future. Thank you, colleagues. Colleagues, we come back at, help me, program director from the first session. We're supposed to be back at 1:30. We can come back at 1:45, 13:45. Thank you.
It's 11:45. Hello? Good afternoon again, colleagues. Yeah. It's 1:45.
Good afternoon.
We are about to resume with the program.
I think as a chair,
And to come, okay. So we are now beginning the next session. I'm going to take a minute or two to encourage the colleagues who went for lunch to please come back quickly. Many colleagues are here already, but just to remind them. So colleagues online, thank you for staying. Just give me a minute or two and I'll be back.
Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, we are now going to split into two groups. The one group will remain in this room in terms of physical attendees, and they'll be joined by the colleagues online. At the moment, it says we have 44 colleagues online. That's likely to include me. It should be 43. There is another room that side to the right of the entrance to the restaurant. So if anyone would like to join that group, it's in the lounge. It's in one of the reception lounges. It's not a complete conference venue, but it's been organized. So are there any of us who would like to go that side? But we're already seated. We already spoke to the colleagues who are still dining to make up the class that side. So this is supposed to be this is conceived as a more intensively interactive session. And we have one question that will take us all the way to 3. The idea is to give time for engagement and to enter into the issues in a way that enables the attention to the nitty-gritties of what we are saying. in practical terms. So the question is, what are the implications and applications of the contemporary politics of knowledge for the academic project at the University of Zululand? What are the implications and applications of contemporary politics of knowledge for the academic project in our institution? The hope is to elicit conversations, suggestions, theorization, contestations at the level of application and implementation. What do these ideas, some of them sound grand, what would they mean in terms of practice? Yes, the contemporary politics of knowledge for the academic project at the University of Zululand. What are the implications and applications? So for the colleagues online, please, we will try to ensure that you are involved in the conversation by acknowledging your comments. You are welcome to speak on Zoom. You're not limited to using the chat box if you're on Zoom. On Zoom, you may speak from your offices or from wherever you are engaging in this conversation. Okay. Without attempting to frame or redirect the conversation, I really don't want to do that for two reasons. Even though it is often the task of a facilitator to do that, I want to recuse myself from that particular task. Why? Because I'm very intellectually involved in this project. And I've had opportunity to articulate my positions on several platforms. I would rather that we leave that very open-ended. So the question is there, what are the implications and applications of the contemporary politics of knowledge for the academic project? All I would say is that there are two sides to it. There is, the question takes for granted two things. One, that there is an academic project. It says it it's suggesting a specific academic project. You may want to comment on that, the extent to which that resonates with you, either in terms of actual practice or in terms of aspiration. And then it now says, what would that imply for what we do? So I'd like to invite colleagues, to anybody, to please get the ball rolling. Professor Pele. At the university, everybody is a professor, please. I mean, like we're in North America, everybody is a professor. Dr. Pele. Okay, you are welcome to come here. I understand that's a bit stressful. Lopsiana, is there another way? Yes, there's a good way. Yes, Dr. Pele.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Kwame. As a point of departure from the question that is posed or the statement that is posed, what came to my mind instantly is we need, as UniZulu, as the University of Zululand, to invest in the biographical knowledge. By investing in the biographical knowledge is to say to ourselves, or to do an introspection of us as individuals. I'm now zooming into the personal level. Are we ready? How much do I know? How can I enhance, that biographical knowledge? So it's actually to put me or to put you or to put us on a level of what I would say it is a state of readiness. You know, a state of readiness to be ready to impart. And then secondly, is to reconfigure the existing knowledge. And this is a huge task, to reconfigure the existing knowledge so that when we take a step forward, we are also ready and we have adequate and relevant knowledge that speaks to the epistemology and the ontology of Africa, of our context. That is my submission. Since you have given me another assignment now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pele. If you walk towards the restaurant,
right,
you see Lungu, but you take it right. Yeah. I would invite colleagues to respond to that. I want to thank Dr. Pele. I could not listen completely because of a little admin thing I was doing here. But she talked about, I know she started by talking about investment. Colleagues, you may respond to her, you may respond to the previous presentations, you may bring up anything you think is relevant to this conversation. You are not required to respond directly to the last speaker, except there is an ongoing conversation that we need to complete. Yes, Prof. Stein, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to reflect on, and thank you, Professor, with implication and applications. Central to neo-colonialism today is artificial intelligence. Now, if you look at data availability and the number of categories of information any person at any given time can remember, about 6 categories within relative terms. The biggest platform for artificial intelligence is Google's artificial intelligence, which is Gemini. Now, the biggest challenge to decoloniality and the challenge that we have as scholars at the University of Zululand and the faculty is how artificial intelligence and code writing is going to determine what people read, what people think, and how it's going to change history conceptually and operationally around it. So the linkage between the STEMs and the humanities could not be more important. And the interdisciplinary approach to Afrocentrism, decoloniality is very important for us today. So I'm glad that the university is doing it across the faculties, but I would like to explore more about how we are going to disrupt artificial intelligence in maintaining neo-coloniality, reflections on social media, and the interactions that we have contextually. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. A few more housekeeping things. There is a there are significantly fewer colleagues that side than here, and they've raised the requirement for some of us to move there. Are we willing to volunteer to please join the colleagues so that we make that room as vibrant as this room? We also have HODs here who could, we have line managers who could encourage colleagues in their departments. But one thing I can guarantee you, in that room, the seating is very, very comfortable. It's very comfortable lounges. I mean, leather, proper leather sofas, if you don't mind. I think Prof. Mbele is with there. Dr. Tuli? Okay. Dr. Mafu, thank you. Prof. Gianni, you wanted to speak? You want to join? Thank you so much. You wanted to respond to Prof. You want to go that side? Okay, thank you. Okay, I think Prof. Stein has raised a very crucial point, which I think we should follow before we take other ideas. AI. Did you say, Prof, that the dominant AI platform is Gemini by Google? Yes.
And by implication, artificial intelligence supercomputer of Google would be the most impactful change the narrative and change history as we know it.
It's a very, very important point. I was just checking, and ChatGPT, is it also a Google device?
Artificial intelligence supercomputer not as large and as impactful as Gemini. There are many. Most information and knowledge
passes through
Google, Microsoft, Gemini. So we take the news about challenges in South Africa, so Google. And again, Google and Gemini came to the fore. Now, we are going to affect that. We need to reflect on because how Gemini thinks. And the extensions, the abstractions, the narrative. And how can we finally turn it around?
Us.
Language.
Very, very powerful point there. And I think Prof. Stein hasn't said this, but I think this is implied in what he's saying, because this is the sense I make the most of it at two levels. This is the sense I make of it. The one is a return to the point that Prof. Siepe began with, the narratives, the ideas, the thoughts, because it's what's out there that shapes the way we think. It's like the news breaks and you react to the news without knowing it. Your thinking begins to follow what has been presented to you. And he's telling us that AI is doing that as we speak. And they determine what comes out, what we react to, they guide our thinking. And AI is powerful. Even what I said earlier, which I thought was an extremely clever idea, has to consider what he's saying. Even if you go and do podcasts, if you go and do blogs, if it's passing through the internet, it's subject to what's going on there. It's subject to that. You may make a post that nobody might see forever. It's how these codes are written, and I do not have a full grasp of it, but there's a lot of control. And this is definitely why, I'm saying this carefully, this is definitely why when the Chinese, for instance, set their minds decades ago to escape, that's the way I interpret it. I'm borrowing Professor Brown's words here. We use this in a private conversation. To embrace the entrapment of coloniality, they built walls around the internet in China. They built walls. They don't have WhatsApp in China, they have WeChat. They don't. 1 billion people. And we are at a comparable place. Africa is 1.3 billion. It's a lot. We compare with the population of China and with India. So how do we respond to this challenge practically? I'm sure this is the question Prof. Stein is asking. We should respond. Yes, Prof. Fidel-Bitwan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to respond directly about AI, but I want to believe that we have an opportunity there,
Mm.
you know, to infiltrate ourselves. And why am I saying this? The big matter around with AI, not ChatGPT, but the others, is that we have space there to instruct our students on how to use those and also what is it that they are looking for? Because the practice that I've done with it, if you don't give a clear instruction or a clear command to it, it will not give you what you the answers that you want. So the students need to be guided about it, use it on how to instruct and command platforms to
Okay.
get the responses. So that's one area in which space that we could get into. And then also the other thing that I wanted to say was that I think 2 years ago, I was in the judging panel of creative collections and digital humanities, you know, for the language. And there was a researcher there, from UNISA, who submitted a very compelling project, you know, developing a new language. And this is a South African language of the common languages that are used in actions, you know, by ordinary people. And he developed a website, very powerful tool, of all those words, channel, all those kind of languages. These are colloquial terms, but very much used in the communities, and especially in the urban areas. So he developed a website of all these words and their meanings, and was even challenging people that they can add, you know, into it. So I saw an opportunity there that, you know, this digital platform, there is something that can be done. And also it is decolonizing the space about language and languaging and languages.
Thank you, Prof. Twani. I think there are two things going on now, but we'll come back to it. Dr. Mzilani has it. You can come forward, yeah, since you close. We're not going to insist on everybody coming forward, but if you want to come forward, please. But I just, it might inconvenience some of the colleagues. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Prof, for the opportunity, and thank you, Prof. Stein, for the question. Firstly, I must admit that this area of artificial intelligence and the ChatGPT, it's giving me sleepless nights at the moment, because my students, this week they are finished with writing the 5 pages I was asking. Now, starting on Monday, we will begin with marks, and I'm going to be asking them to write an assignment. And ChatGPT, Google, Gemini are giving me sleepless nights. But it doesn't mean Google has won. We're going to challenge it with a set of ideas. Firstly, at least the foundation has been laid for them to understand the colonial problem. And now I want them to escalate that understanding to the area now of their ethics, you know. And I also want them to understand that Google is a private entity, a profit-making imperialist organization that is part of the neo-colonial forces that are out there not only for the extraction of resources, but also an extraction and the killing of knowledges from Africa. Because think about it. If you Google poverty, just type poverty on Google, right? Because Google is a private entity, the forces of supply and demand are at play as to what comes out on the first page, right? It will give you the results from the Western universities who have a transaction relationship with Google to pay for their publications to be out there. But here's another dangerous thing about it. It's also there to kill the imagination of the student, right? They want to zone students into one tunnel of thinking, that there is only one definition and one way of knowing poverty. And it is this one from Cambridge University. Any poverty that you know from elsewhere or the one that you've experienced must be kicked out of the conversation. So artificial intelligence wants to narrow the imaginations of young people and make them think in one tunnel. Even in our own devices, they track your YouTube subscriptions, they track what you click on, and then they feed you everything that you agree with, anything that you like, then they feed it to you. And in the process, we're building a society of people who are going to be impatient with different views. You know, because constantly you're being fed with things you like and things that you agree with. So the first solution on my books is deliberate library interface of the students with actual concrete books. In the previous library committee meeting we had in the faculty, that was chaired by the Deputy Dean, Professor Naidu, he specifically asked each member to return in the next meeting with a library interface plan, how each department is going to ensure that students and staff get to interact with the library. That homework is on my back pocket, and on Monday we're beginning. No one is going to write an assignment for my course without concrete proof that they have taken out books from the library and to use them as writing material for the assessment. And for the third one, these podcasts that they interface with, I would love them to have seminars inside the library, you know? Because I visited the library before lectures started. They have a very nice reception there, very modern, nice couches, bright colors. And when I spoke to the faculty library, I said, you know, actually this could be a space for a seminar lunchtime coffee series, right? For undergraduate students to do peer review assessments amongst themselves, and then we reward them with marks. Just for them to visit the library and know about it, and know where to find specific material for them to read. Not only to read for purposes of the test, but for them to read as a joyful activity to emancipate their minds, you know? So the activity of library interface and writing assignments and interacting with the physical material, you are also building students as well who will not see knowledge as something to memorize for tests and exams, you know? As you teach students that, okay, Prof. Stein, we're writing a test on Friday. So what do students do? On Wednesday, they memorize. On Thursday, they memorize. On Friday, they write your test. 2-3 days later, they've forgotten everything that they were cramming for that test. You know? And students do that from one course to the other until we kept them at graduation. So it could be possible you're actually keeping students here who don't know the actual society and its actual problems and the actual solutions that should be applied in everyday life. All they know is to memorize. So I think there are a number of different strategies that we could apply. At least the humanities gives us that flexibility to speak directly to the ethical convictions of the students about what knowledge is and how they should pursue it with conviction. Otherwise, Google is a monopoly private imperial industry that we need to agitate against. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Prof. From the responses, I get three aspects of the matter raised by Prof. Stein. I think Prof. Stein is, my understanding is at a very macro level, the dominance. And the Europeans are complaining as well. I saw a podcast by this Varoufakis. This guy was this Greek politician, was a former finance minister in Greece during the Greece crisis in 2015. Even the European top diplomat, Joseph Borrell, also said something recently, wrote an article recently, where the American dominance is now a problem because these big IT companies are all American. Apple, Microsoft, Meta, the owner of Facebook, and they do business, they make money, and they don't want to pay tax. Amazon, they don't want to pay tax. Even they have problems with the Europeans. There was a big problem the other day, I think it was Apple. It took the US government to intervene, of course, on the side of Apple. Ireland was complaining that these guys aren't paying taxes here. And that's a challenge we must also consider. What about the business? What about the monies they make? But Prof. Twani's response is in terms of AI and the ethical responses. Dr. Pedro also made references to that, the ethical implication and the implication for student learning, whether they are learning. But Dr. Pedro also made what I think is also an interesting, what I take from your comment is to find an intervention that will sensitize our students to online information. So if they become sensitized that that information is not neutral, and in many cases it's not good, it's not positive for them, because we cannot now, like China, I don't see how it's possible for an African country, least of all South Africa, to build up, because we're a significant outpost of the global capitalist empire. And the global capitalist empire will smash South Africa to pieces if we attempt to resist them in very careless ways. That's my thinking. It may not be correct, but I think they are ready. They take South Africa very seriously. I was watching Jean Piuga's film. That's his controversial 1999 film, Apartheid Didn't Die. And you see in that documentary, Margaret Thatcher actually, his son actually has a house in Cape Town. Yeah, you could just be driving by a suburb in Joburg, in the fancy place in this country. You don't know which president of the West whose grandson is living there. Yeah. And so we must think of that. That's one. But I think Prof. Stein was also thinking, can we technologically disrupt? He wants to make a follow-up comment, but I think maybe that's where he's going. I also do not think that is impossible. If we think of what the Chinese have done, they've developed homegrown technical capabilities that responds to the need of their citizens. That means they don't have to depend on Google and Apple and Microsoft. Are we able? We can do what Dr. Pedro is saying, but can we really keep the growing generation from Google? We may succeed in some instances, but to what extent? And if you remember Prof. Stein's question, are we able to succeed to the point, or how can we succeed to the point that their thoughts, which come from online engagement, are not overly directed in that direction? I'm going to yield to Prof. Stein again, but I just want to say something about the possibilities for homegrown autonomous IT interventions. I'm going to use two examples, not from the field of IT, but I think they might help. Professor Epe talks about the COVID situation a lot, and that's very interesting. During COVID, with all the narratives against interventions, non-Western interventions, powerful narratives about how the Chinese vaccine was useless, we shouldn't trust the Chinese vaccines, we shouldn't trust the Russian vaccines, even though the Chinese were giving the vaccines to their own citizens, even though the Chinese were managing COVID far better than the West was the worst hit, the West insisted that theirs was better. I found it interesting that between Cuba, facing all the sanctions from the West, and Iran, facing all the sanctions from the West, those two countries developed 17 vaccines, which they administered to their citizens. And we are queuing up, waiting for freebies from the West. So is it completely impossible for us to encourage our students and ourselves to develop options, IT capabilities that will not require us to rely on Apple and Metaverse? Prof. Stein, the floor again is yours. Yes, please, while you come, I'll use the opportunity to read two interventions from Prof. Nicolaides. The second one relates to ethical issues in terms of response to assignments. And this is what it says. Practical measures should be put in place so that academics draw upon distinct assignments that require original creative thinking to mitigate students using AI to do their assignments. I believe that assignments, where possible, should oblige students to engage in critical thinking and synthesize learned knowledge as they tackle real-world problems in their surroundings. I will read his second comment after this because it's another strand of thinking. But in the meantime, Professor Stein.
Thank you, Professor Akuma. I don't want to take too much time. For me, artificial intelligence is the greatest threat to knowledge of history. The narrative can be changed by a machine, a supercomputer machine, the history as we know it. As academics, as scientists, as decolonial or Afrocentric focused academics, it's important for us to understand what are the challenges that lie ahead. And whether we see that as a threat or as an opportunity. I see artificial intelligence as an opportunity to conceptualize the coding for African knowledge. But that implies that we have students, we have societies, we have academies that emphasize code writing, artificial intelligence for us. I think BRICS is moving in the right direction, but at a very slow pace for what we would like to achieve. But there are things that we can do now in the short term, in the medium term, and in the long term, macro and micro. For example, we can have projects of a long, you have science students, you have humanities students working together with proposals on search engines, comparative to Google, Firefox, and so forth, and writing code. Conceptually, according to what we have defined, and that's how UniZulu can lead. Furthermore, if you focus your searches on African knowledge, or define for a first-year student what is a credible source and what is not a credible source, and what to look for. If we have got multitudes of African journals, or journals, Afrocentric journals, or decolonized journals that you acknowledge, that implies development of journals amongst ourselves. And saying, where can you find credible sources? What are the sources that are important? What you should focus on? Start reading that all of the time, focusing on. So for me, for example, my first year students receive all the accredited lists, all 8 lists during the first week of orientation. And these lists is what I emphasize for reference purposes as primary credible sources. I explain. And then I indicate what is important. For example, Africa first, African knowledge, African values and principles, ideas within philosophy. So that orientation at the first year is extremely important, but it's an orientation away from what Google provides or what Western or global North search engines provide. But you've got to be aware of what is occurring in your class, in discussions. When human beings are not busy, they read social media. They in snippets of information, and those snippets of information are created to a large extent by artificial intelligence for manipulation. And if you know that knowledge and history can be changed, not by a human being, but by a robot, it becomes a massive challenge. And we as academics critically thinking of how we can counter that. Research papers, technology, debates, indicating what is a credible source, what is not, what to focus on. We can change artificial intelligence coding ourselves. Our focus is on what we want to do, but it's integration, it's focus, being aware. I don't disagree with the emphasis of us being a node for African thought, but for me, what the student is going to read most of the time is against what we predicate on a daily basis. And I don't want to fart in the wind. I want to be aware of how we can change things, how we can adapt. Just 2 cents, it's supposed to stimulate. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
I think that is absolutely profound. And I must confess that I have only thought of this in terms of the economistic dimension, in terms of the money that the big IT companies are making. I have never thought of it in this way. We, growing up with literary studies, with sociology, with history, we are used to the books, we are used to Creswell, we challenge Creswell, we challenge these theories. But what Prof. Stein is showing us is there's a boogeyman that is more dangerous, that's deadlier. That's what he's telling us. We can be saying all these things, and sometimes we grandstand, we say all these big statements here. Our students are on their cell phones, and something that we can't see is turning certain ideas their way. And this is a site of struggle that I think I've never really heard this discussed at length at any decolonial forum. And I think it's a site of struggle we are ignoring to our own peril. So that foregrounds the importance of code writing. And we are a faculty of humanities and social sciences, but we can always, and perhaps it questions the whole problematizes the idea of disciplinarity. Because some of us are going to assume because honestly, let me be very honest to you, Prof. I'm sitting there, my first reaction was, this should go to Abo Sciences. Because I posed this question to Prof. Mudali once. I said, do you guys know how much we pay to use Zoom, to use Teams? Do you know what will happen to our university if the guys at Zoom and Teams decide to take a break for 1 week? We'll be dead. And all this information we have, even this recording is on a computer in America. They can decide when we want to download it to not give it to us. They can decide that we can't access it. So this is not a matter for just Abo Professor Mudali. It concerns all of us. And I'm glad I'm seeing more hands. Prof. Naidu, before you, our colleague in front, you raised your hand, man. Sorry, I don't have the name. Lebakeng. Okay, Dr. Lebakeng, you go first, and then, no, you are even Professor Lebakeng. You go before Prof. Naidu, please. You can come forward, please, and then Prof. Naidu. But just a point, it's absolutely true that the issues of ethical clearance, which Prof. Twani raised, they are genuine points. and Dr. Mzilani referred to it. But I'm thinking this is heavier. Those issues won't come if we don't tackle this issue. Go for it, man.
Good afternoon, everyone. I didn't expect to stand here in front, so yeah, I shouldn't have raised my hand. But I think just on the point of some of the ways in which you can stimulate students and change maybe some implications of ChatGPT and the way that it's used in the academic space. I remember a time when we were looking at ChatGPT and we thought, oh, this AIs could never be as creative as humans, right? But now they have been known to write songs. They've been known to write essays, to do a lot of different things that we never imagined they would be able to do. And I think that really, in essence, we can't do away with them. We can't escape that students are going to use them. And I think we are right to be concerned about what it's going to do to the imagination, the annihilation or the murder of the imagination. But I think that maybe one thing that we can think of is maybe giving the students the opportunity to write. Like, okay, go, you want to write your essays using ChatGPT, go ahead and do that. But then also come back with another example of one where you wrote yourself. So now the student has two jobs. Submit the question onto ChatGPT and have ChatGPT write the whole essay, and then have them try to write the essay maybe in class or something. And then we can compare and say, look, this is the level of writing that you are at. And this is what ChatGPT is doing. And of course, students are going to try and cut corners. But I think the more we try to say, don't use ChatGPT, is the more we create this idea that there's something fun about ChatGPT that we could be doing, right? So I think generally, especially with the youth, it's so much easier it's so much more exciting to do something that's forbidden or that you're not allowed to do. But once you're allowed to do it, it becomes an entirely different story. And I think that's an approach that we can try to take. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, the logical conclusion of your last point, man, is when you're not allowed, it's so much fun. When you're allowed, it becomes boring. Unfortunately, and the kids want what is more fun. Prof. Naidu, please. Would you like to come forward? I'd prefer that, absolutely. But thank you for your input.
Well, thank you, Prof. A few things that I was just pondering upon. Talking about neo-colonialism, I think what stems from that is digital colonialism. Something that we need to understand, and then our last speaker mentioned something about, imagination. I think imagination died or was murdered when television came about. Because when you read a book, your mind tends to wander, starts to depict the scene. And the way the word starts to flow out of the page starts to make you want to picture this graphically in your mind, which television has taken away. When it comes to the issues of artificial intelligence, it's not a new phenomenon. We think it is, but it's not. It has been around for a long time. However, in this dispensation, artificial intelligence is in the forefront because it is in the ideal environment. In other words, it has the digital oxygen to flourish of the fast speeds of internet like fiber and 5G connectivity. And now it's able to come to the fore and really start to disrupt a lot of sectors within our environment. I think we also need to understand that
as Africans, we must understand that for a large part of our lives, we have been consumers. And perhaps we may have been kind of conditioned to think like that, and therefore we became consumers. And the innovation or the innovative mindsets, some or the other, was put into a deep sleep. But it's never too late in a sense that we can move away from consuming. When I say consuming, we will always consume, but not dependent on foreign nations to only acquire what they can design, what they can invent, and what they can produce. You'll notice that the way this process, when countries like Africa and India and many other countries in the world, when they were colonialized, you'll notice that they always took the raw materials out of the countries, produced it, and brought it back and sold it. And one aspect of that was in India when Mahatma Gandhi went in protest and said, we will not use any fabric coming from England. We will spin our own fabric because we plant cotton. We can make our own clothing. And so subsequently, they broke the thumbs of the weavers. So that's something that we need to understand. But in the context of what we are trying to achieve in this workshops, technology is dynamic in a space of digital communication. It is here to stay. And therefore, I implore all of you not to speculate, but to investigate. Go into it and check it out for yourselves. ChatGPT is history. There are far more advanced AI applications that are out there now than compared to ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is yesterday news. We need to look at what's happening now. And one of the reasons why when we go to Google and we type in a word, there's algorithms already designed to direct you to a specific piece of information. How do someone get information about the node of African thought and what we're trying to accomplish if we do not create it? We can talk about it continuously, but there has to come a time when we have to start creating. For example, when it comes to our sharing around the lunch table, there are journals that purport to be African languages. But when you give them an article in isiZulu, they say, no, we want it in English. How absurd that is. So we know there's a gap. So the question is, what are we going to do about it? So I am actually working very closely with the Department of African Languages and Culture. We have a string of, we already had the first writing workshop in the history of that department last year. Out of that, 6 research outputs came. And then now I'm trying to find a journal to publish them, and I can't. So subsequently, I was able to get Alternation to give us a special edition to get it into a book in isiZulu. Everything is in isiZulu. So everything is set now. We're just waiting for a few more contributions. So we are doing something in that. But the larger thing is that we need to create an isiZulu or an African, genuine African journal that will take care of our native languages. So that is how our students now can go into those journals and extract information from them, rather than going to one of those European journals to extract information for their dissertations or their thesis. So coming back to this whole aspect, the internet can be a very wonderful thing and it can be a very devastating thing. It's how you use it. Just like a carrier packet, when you go to the supermarket, you buy your groceries, it's a fantastic technology where you can put your groceries in it and you can carry it. But that same technology can be used as a deadly weapon, suffocate someone and murder them. So AI, if it's used correctly, as a measure of learning and advancing, it can become a very powerful complementing tool. I'll stop there.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much, Prof. So the interventions we've been hearing relate to how we may use. Just want to comment on this, right? Please. Is it not something else? Okay, just hold it in your right hand. Relate to how we might use AI, how we might redirect or purpose our use of AI for our purposes. But without diminishing those comments and interventions, I am really very, very much impressed by the realization that we can do AI. For me, I think that's the biggest takeaway. We can do AI for our purposes. The AI that we repurpose, those who make AI might reach a point where they won't let us be able to repurpose it. I don't know. I'm not very technologically skilled, but it's so much better if we do AI for our purposes, not to remove the importance of the other comments. There's a comment here, another comment, a previous one from Prof. Nicolaides is going to turn the discussion in another direction, and then we are going to have a comment on the floor from our colleague. But Prof. Nicolaides' earlier point is this about gender. It's a point that was also raised earlier. What can be done to promote an African feminist lens to allow us to see a different kind of knowledge making that does not discriminate based on gender? So that's a question. What can we do to promote a gender? What African feminist lens might we use? I can't speak for Prof. Nicolaides, but just as a means of, just for something for us to think about, I would also want to add that the idea of African thought, the idea of decolonization, is a rejection. Rejection is central to the idea of decolonization and African thought, decolonization in particular. But it's a rejection of that which is oppressive. It's a rejection of that which demeans. It's not a rejection of everything. It's not a rejection of people. It's not a rejection of European people. It's not a rejection of people who are not African or whom we describe as not African. It's not even a rejection of ideas we consider to be un-African, ideas that may have originated elsewhere. Sometimes people like to make this conflation. And that's where some people try to become defensive. I know that. So it's why I'm not apologetic. When we use symbols, for instance, when we use European and white for symbols of coloniality, I know I'm not articulating animus against European peoples. I know that. So it applies to ideas. I'm very happy to run with an idea that came from elsewhere. If it's going to serve me, why not? If it's not going to crush me and make me useless, then why not? I'm ready to embrace ideas that come from Asia, from Europe, from wherever, if they are going to contribute. As a matter of fact, I'm sorry to be a bit preachy here. When we talk about the colonization of knowledge, it is not just the production of a colonizer's knowledge. It is also the usurpation, the appropriation of the other's knowledge and calling it colonial. A lot of what we call Western today did not really originate from the West. So when they talk about these big cities being built, for instance, this skyscrapers being built, it cannot be conceived that it was the colonial master. At some point, the bricklayer will tell the colonial master, no, sir, if we put that stone there, it will be a problem. The only problem is that he will not be given the credit eventually. When we come out, we say, oh, it's the colonial guy that built this edifice. So I just want us to remember that we are not in the business of rejecting anything that we cannot identify as African. that would be very counterproductive if that's the business we are in. So maybe let's respond to Prof. Nicolaides. I meant to now say, I'm open to feminist ideas, even if they are not African. That's the meaning, that's the need for that my long thing. Even if those ideas do not necessarily originate from Africa, if they will promote gender balance, if they will lead us to, will make us retreat from the femicide that is going on, our tendency to marginalize and oppress women, even if these ideas come from the head of King Charles of Britain, I would accept it. But the floor is yours. I need your response to that question. What African feminist lens to allow knowledge making that does not discriminate against gender? I'm not sure whether Prof. Nicolaides permits me, I might just say against women, because most times when we talk about gender discrimination, we are actually talking about the discrimination against women. Yes, Dr. Nkosi? Just shocked the way some of our students get shocked sometimes. I always tell my students, if you have a student number, I will ask you a question. Do you qualify? Unless you don't have a student number. Yes? Yes, Professor Fidelevitwan. After, Dr. Nkosi, are you coming after Prof? Okay, you come after Prof. Perfect. And then after that, Ms. Mabaleka. Perfect.
Thank you, Prof. I'm not sure if I'm going to satisfy Professor Nicolaides' response, but I will try. And my attempt is going to be in the form of an example. When we talk about the late Winnie Madikizela Mandela, we see her as a person, an ANC stalwart, but whose actions are always seen in a negative light. There's a lot of negative reporting about her, but we do not look into other aspects that will contribute to decoloniality and how Africans see leaders in women, or how leadership affects women. Now, if you think as an African, as I tend to do sometimes, and I emphasize that sometimes, if you know about Winnie Mandela, she is a leader who is coming from a royal family, isn't it? And she is what is called Umafungwashe. Umafungwashe is the firstborn lady or woman in a family, in an African family. And if you understand the leadership role and what it means to be Umafungwashe, it means that, or in isiZulu, they'll talk about Umkabayi, for example. And that's a woman leader from an African perspective. And by virtue of a position by birth, they are looked upon to take decisions, to lead families in various situations. And when I look at her life, I tend to think that some of the actions that she did, she may have been pressured by the fact that she was Umafungwashe. You know, those notions, they affect one's personality and one's behavior. And when her husband was in exile, not in exile, in Robben Island, and she found herself having to lead the ANC. And that's a serious position where she needed to take decisions. I'm not saying all the negative things that she did were correct. I mean, there were accusations of killing of people. That's not where I'm at. But I'm rather looking at her and at the pressure that may have been part of her life in taking certain decisions and leading the ANC as a wife and Umafungwashe, you know, of the ANC. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Ms. Mabaleka. just before you speak. I think this is Dr. Shamase in response to the question by Prof. Nicolaides. The chat there, questioning Eurocentric paradigms and placing indigenous knowledge, African scholarship, and local spaces front and center in teaching and research. And if we take the short ethnographic comment by Prof. Twani, I think it feeds into that because indigenous history, many places, although the oppression against women is widespread and of course across many civilizations and cultures, when we unearth indigenous histories, there's a lot of examples of women leading and being at the center of society, taking very many decisions, like the two concepts you mentioned now, the position of the eldest woman or child that can reinforce the place of women in our scholarship making. His second point is promoting an environment of intellectual plurality through interdisciplinary cooperation and discourse across academic fields, diversity in epistemology. I think also that's very fantastic. We are going to have to come back to this question of disciplinarity at some point, and how distinct the disciplines within, and Prof. Moyo was actually saying it over lunch about the suggestion to have sociology across the faculty. That can we see what is being suggested, not as having one discipline infiltrate the entire faculty? Is what is being taught, can it be presented in the form of a transdisciplinary or non-disciplinary means? Because the disciplines kind of create boundaries that can be problematic. And I think that's what Dr. Shamase is saying, that if we do not limit ourselves to disciplines, we increase the possibility of opening up knowledge making to both males and females. Ms. Mabaleka will take us in a bit of a different direction, I guess.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Thanks, Prof. And I'd like to apologize for that because initially the thought that I had is something that I've also been battling with. And Dr. Mzileni spoke about unlearning and unlearning being emotional. And I can attest to that. Now, it goes back to before we can even get to this implications and applications. I think how we view ourselves, the lens of which we view ourselves becomes very important because it's how we view our institution and ultimately how we view our students becomes quite important. Now, looking at me, for instance, Prof. Akpome, when I started engaging these decolonial discourses, it was such a very unsettling realization for me because I realized that because of societal issues, I was a walking simulation of European thought. And you can imagine how difficult that must have been for me because then I realized that essentially I don't know much about myself, my culture. I could not speak isiXhosa in one sentence without throwing in English because I'd never been exposed to a Xhosa class. From grade R till my postgraduate studies, I've never sat in a class where I learned my language. And I also form part of a statistic. My mother is a retired teacher. So she exposed me to private school education because she saw that in African schools, the quality is not good and whatnot and whatnot. She took me to that. So by virtue of me having male white teachers in front of me, for me, that was the norm. And that was deemed as, you are better. You can engage better. You can sit in other tables. And now I had to have that realization that that is not true. So if we view ourselves, just last week, I was attending the Meetings Africa in Johannesburg, and I accompanied 4 of our students who were taking part in the Future Leaders Challenge or forum, and there were other universities that they were competing against, right? And they were not in the top 3. So they came and asked me, Miss, how did the selection come? Because I'm sure that my presentation was good. And I couldn't answer. So it came to my thought that by virtue of us being University of Zululand, I'm sure they thought,
you know? So it's like, how do we then, we're perpetuating, do we engage or involve ourselves in perpetuating this narrative that our institution, by virtue of our geographical location, our students coming from quantile, what, and we go to class and we say, anyway, they don't know. They won't question me because they don't know. I can go to class without preparing. Because it's like, how do you put so much effort in trying to see their value if you don't value themselves where you? And also Dr. Mzileni spoke about how do you put so much effort and see value in something you don't love. And I think I'll take that away from you today to say, do we really love our students? Do we really love our institution? Or is it just us coming and saying we're getting a salary, you know? And I've had these conversations going around even in previous. I was once at Walter Sisulu University, which sort of simulates the same with UniZulu. And I would hear my colleagues saying, they don't know anyway, they won't question me. I'm just coming to pour. So before we could apply anything, how do we view ourselves? How do we view our students? And following from that premise, we can therefore add value, because ultimately what happens in the class starts from me and how do I see my students, and seeing their brilliance, their talents beyond just having this lack of resources and whatnot to say, we don't have, so might as well. So how do we see ourselves? How do we correct that lens? And then starting from the premise, then we can be able to apply these things such as AI and all of this. I think that was just my contribution for now.
I thought that should elicit stronger applause. I think that's fantastic. Yes. We have 3 minutes left. If you will let me abuse my role here. We have more discussions from CFS coming up, so that we not keep. Is there a comment? Yes, CLASPA. Okay,
Yes,
okay. So you have 2 of those 3 minutes. We'll go over time for you because we've not had any online commenter speak. So go ahead. That's CLASPA Monila from the Department of Anthropology and Development Studies. Go for it, sir.
Thank you very much. My hand has been up for the past almost 10 minutes, but thanks for recognizing that. I would like to make a comment which is directly related to the discussion briefly held responding to the whole context of role of AI. And my comment is first and foremost to say that I think if I look at from where it goes than from where it comes from, I listen to it echoing through some of the questions and comments that we have in, and it runs very fast ahead us as the university and as our idea that is developing on the streets that are referred as the legacies of, or rather heritage of colonization and apartheid in South Africa. And that is where it advanced. But where it goes, I think it creates a perpetuation of the status quo, which of course advances some of the things that have been revealed by Francis Nyamjo, saying that the resistance of this colonial education continue to promote mimicry instead of creativity. And that is what I think even the word itself is a carrier of that ideology. Thank you.
That's one of the shortest comments I've ever heard from my very clever colleague. Yes, thank you very much. I agree with you. You used the word perpetration, and we could link that to Ms. Mabaleka's comments. I come from a literary studies, cultural studies, narrative studies background. So narratives are very central to my work as an intellectual. How do we see, and that's what Dr. Mzilani was saying, how do you see Blackness? How do we see Black people, Black places? What vocabulary has been used to describe? It's the narratives, this is what Professor Epe was saying, it's the narratives that are told about Africa and the vocabularies that are used that define the way we think about Africa and the way we talk about Africa. Let me talk a bit about UNIZO. In this country, they always like to, I'm attending this PGD and I'm having a fight with some of these, with almost all the lecturers I've had. I pray I don't fail. You see the condescension. They're telling us what to do. All of them come to class saying that we are going to co-create knowledge. They come with Creswell and Bandura, and we end with Creswell and Bandura. So where's the new knowledge we created? So you see this looking down upon UNIZOLU and Black universities. We read an article the other day, it was clearly about Walter Sisulu. You see all these things they say about WSU. But many of us participate in that, we do the same. We see Africa, because it's the way we see Africa that we see UNIZOLU, that we see WSU. And the kinds of vocabulary we use the word undeveloped. Like there's one word we now use, we talk about developing our languages. Languages don't need to be developed. Our languages need to be used. Our languages have always been sufficiently expressive. We don't need new vocabularies in our languages. The problem we have with our languages is that we are not using them in the right places. It's not that they are inferior, because that word developed suggests some inherent, implicit, intrinsic inferiority to the languages that are used today. What our languages lack is the political power to operate at the pedestal where English is operating. There's nothing inside this Zulu or Hausa or Swahili that makes it impossible to express scientific expressions. There is nothing in those languages. So this is what we bring. And unfortunately, as she is telling us, even working in African spaces, we have leaders who do that. We have leaders who talk down on our people. Everybody wants to be president in an African country, says he's coming to fight corruption. What is he saying? That African people are corrupt. Our academics stand up to say that there's too much corruption in South Africa. Meaning what? So let's get all these corrupt people out and let's go to Europe and bring people to rule Africa. That's what they are saying. They may not know, they participate in these discourses, but they may not know. So when we see an African, we begin to, these vocabularies conjure these meanings in our minds, and we begin to treat them in that way. So I thank you very much. In one part of my life, I'm also an evangelical. And the evangelicals believe if you spend so much money going to preach, if you get one soul, you should rejoice. So, even one soul, even if you spend millions, you should rejoice. So she's questioning us. She's telling us beyond these speeches we make in the conference, how do we see Africa? That's her question. How do we see those students? How do we see UNIZOLU? How do we see Black people? It's all linked, because it's the way we see Africa that we will see UNIZOLU. That's how we see African languages. That's how we are going to see African students. That's how we're going to see African countries, African projects, African ideas. There are so many of us who dismiss the idea of decolonization. And I believe one of the main, even Black African people, I believe one of the reasons is that it's catching traction within Africans. They say, what is Gachin saying? They're just talking, they don't make sense. They don't think that Bordeaux doesn't make sense. They don't think that Lacan doesn't make sense. They don't think that Max Weber doesn't make sense. But if the idea, and these are Africans, I'm talking about Africans. So that's what we are about. And if we get one soul at a time, I think I'm taking long. I think I have to let others speak now. I was hoping the others would come. Babsiana, can you help us let them break up there? Because we are getting, in the meantime, I've taken 3 minutes that do not belong to me. It seems Prof. Rothenbach has a contribution to make. Please. But everyone, please make contributions so that I do not monopolize this microphone. But just, this is the only proviso. Once Prof. Siepe starts working in, we'll stop because he's also going to take us through some discussions so it doesn't get too boring. So, Professor John, go for it.
Yeah.
No, you are one of the less older people. You can come here.
No, I'll make it so right.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been impressed by two things today now. I said to my colleague, I want to learn something new. That's why I'm here. I want to learn something new. And I learned about the literacy of stupidification. And when Prof. Siepe spoke about that, I went a deep dive into Google and tried to figure out what is this literacy or stupidification. And it centers on the whole balance between the trend towards specialization on the one hand and promoting critical thinking on the other. And I said to colleagues in social work, that's what we have to do. We training specialists with professional qualification. And we so often focus on the pragmatic, know this legislation, know what to do as a social worker, know how to implement that one. But are we really teaching critical thinking? And that's the argument. The literature is just about making us do X, Y, Z, 1, 2, 3. We dumb down our capacity to think because we think we're ticking all the boxes. And it leads me to my second thing that I've learned. Professor Brown was here, and he got 2 opportunities to speak, and both times he became very pragmatic. Let's go to page 24. We've already got a plan. We can speak for 20 years about the same thing, but unless we start implementing and doing that in our own disciplines. And there's the plan, which we implement. And he tried to get that point across twice. And I saw him at tea times, and well done. He trying to steer this whole conversation to a very practical step-by-step drive. Because ultimately what will happen is this will all be dumbed down into a template that Professor Buthelezi will send, and then the administrators will harass us. Don't forget this deadline. Fill in the template. On this template, you must know which module doing the node for applicant thought. Then that template will be submitted. It'll sit somewhere. And what do we do with that? And so the challenge is for each academic to take these wordings and go to page 24 and say, what does that affect? What impact does that have for me? Otherwise, we're just doing a literacy of
stupidification.
Going round and round with no practical thinking. Those are my thoughts. Thank you very much for asking me.
Yes, Dr. Nkosi.
But I think we should use the time to our advantage and to their advantage. But I think the point of the chapter should be us to clean up their own selves, because our students, some of them, they're not good in English. They're not good in English. They think that our African languages are going to
have anything to do with them. Yet on this side, when it comes to them speaking in English alone, you find that again, they cannot even have a conversation. So I think that we still need to get to an exercise where we try and instill in our students that our African languages know how to have in a simple communication language. And again, also encourage our students to continue using AI, but let AI do for you, and then you also learn from them, because at the end of the day, if they continue to use AI without anything that they are going to learn out of it, there's no creativity, there won't be a great and conversation. So let them use AI, but it should help them to learn rather than it doing work for them.
Thank you.
That's my 2 cents.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As the colleagues walk in, I'm hoping the last point will fall into the ears of Prof. Siepe. As he comes in, I will summarize, and I'll end on your point, Prof. Rautenbach. I'll end on that point, your foregrounding of the seeming inertia and seeming paralysis in those days. I think it was the 80s. I was still very, very young then. There was a joke made of the big powers who got into meetings about nuclear armaments, and then there was one called the GATT, General Agreement. I can't actually remember the actual words that forms that acronym, but it became, Professor Rautenbach, I remember some clever people called it the General Agreement to talk and talk. Because the meetings and the conferences didn't seem to produce the action that they claimed they were going to produce. And that can be quite frustrating. But I do think without doing PR for those who should activate action, I do think what we are dealing with will take time to conscientize people to act. I think there is something in the nature of the, permit that analogy, the depth and the breadth and the nature of the pit we are coming out of, or the complexity of the entrapment that we are in. I think there's something in it that makes it numbing, and that makes it very difficult to craft a way out of the pit, such that the agreement to talk and talk and talk might be strategic in moving people to a stage of consciousness that would lead to action. Sometimes maybe in ways that we are not planned. Although it would be much better to talk and then act. If we take, for instance, the 2015 Fees Must Fall movements, and decolonization has a long history. Actually, decolonization began at the point of colonization. I mean, try to kill a chicken. Decolonization will start at once. Nobody submits to subjugation without raising a fight. Even animals raise a fight. So people have been resisting. People have been taking action. It is often the power of the oppression that produces what we I think often misinterpret as docility. When people follow a line that their fathers followed, there's a saying in my place: be careful when you say you are looking for the man that killed your father. Say, no, this man killed my father, I'm going to take revenge. I will take revenge. Say, be careful. The one who killed your father might just be able to kill you. If he didn't have power, he wouldn't have been able to kill your father. So if he had power to kill your father, he might just be able to kill you. So, well, I'm trying to understand. I agree with you that we've talked to a point where we should have been taking more definitive, decisive, and result-oriented actions. But perhaps we still need to awaken the conscience. I've attended many of these workshops, many of these seminars, both in the institution. The institution helped me to, out some of the ideas I had, but I've gone to other places, I've gone to conferences, both within South Africa and overseas. And it will shock you the amount of African people, Black people, who will tell you what this thing, and then it seems as if, then they actually say they don't understand decolonization. At one point, I ranted at the audience. I said, how can you not understand? Do you understand colonization? They said, yes. How do you not understand decolonization? There's a flood of counter discourses, what William Mpofu of Wits called propagandist discourses against decolonization. There's an idea of decolonization that we need to align and work with the colonialists. That it should not be adversarial, should just work with them. There's the idea that when we talk about decolonization, we are blaming Europe. How long will you continue to blame Europe? Again, the lazy African thesis. You had independence for 50 years. You are still like this. So it is where I begin to understand why perhaps this talking and talking, even though it appears that it's talking ad infinitum, why this talking might be necessary. I mean, how could we sit, when the students protested in 2015, many of us realized that it wasn't right to have Rhodes statue there, right? Right, but we have a university named Rhodes University, don't we? Still, we have the Mandela Rhodes Foundation, one of the most prestigious scholarships coming out of Africa. Still, in 2011, we were at a conference in Grahamstown. Yes, Grahamstown, interestingly. It wasn't at the university, I think it was at Rhodes. And there was this guy pontificating how shameful that Jamison's name is still used to name a resident in this country. So, excuse me, sir, do you forget that the university is called Rhodes? So perhaps we need to keep talking, but it will be much better if we can transit to speaking, to action, definitive action in terms of programmable actions as we have in that document than. So I agree with you on that, absolutely. Is Professor Siepe here? Is he there? Yes, we are waiting for him actually. We are just talking to kill time. Yeah. Just talking. Yeah. And that's what Ms. Mabala, what she said. Sometimes we go to class, it's only Zulu learners. I'll just talk. I'll just talk. I don't have to be very prepared. Is Prof coming in? Okay. So as soon as Prof comes in, I'll do a quick report of what we did in this room and invite the colleagues in the other room to do a quick report of what they did. And then, according to the program, he does the rounding off. So we're waiting for you. I'll do a quick feedback of what we had in this room. As I remember them, unfortunately, it's always going to be partial, I hope, and it's not intentional. It's the limits of my memory and the limits of my method of articulation. It's the limits of what I can see, what I can hear. You may have said things I didn't really hear. Not that you didn't say them, but maybe because my ears were listening for something else. We had discussions around AI and information technology and the implications. We had discussions about gender, how to promote a way of knowledge making that pushes back against the discrimination against gender. Two strong suggestions that stood out for me is cross-disciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, that will open up a knowledge-making space and would help us see, especially from non-dominant indigenous histories and practices, where women have occupied agentive positions, and make our students understand that that can still happen today. One of the ways. I was very fascinated by the discussion on AI. It generated responses on two fronts. One, ethical issues. About 4 colleagues commented on that, the ethical issues of the use of AI. We are aware that AI will remain. We have to find out how to use AI for our purposes. But for me, and this is very personal, very selfish, what I found to be the most outstanding outcome of that conversation was the fact that we can do AI. Instead of looking for ways to repurpose what those who have done AI, we can actually do AI to spread our narratives, because AI is now, and is being done by a machine, at the forefront of providing information. We can say all we want, the AI can decide, the algorithms and the codes can decide that this will not show up in a Google search, in a search. So I didn't know that we could. I thought it was a realm beyond us, to be very honest. But we have been told that we can do AI. And that also foregrounds the need for cross-disciplinary exchanges. Because when the respected colleagues started talking about AI, my first feeling was, why didn't he wait for the seminar with the Faculty of Science? Which is a mistake, which is a product, as Professor Moyo reminded us during lunch, actually of the colonial system of knowledge production that isolates disciplines and makes it impossible for us to have one way of solving problems. For me, that was massive, massive, and massive. And we were also reminded that the changes to engagement that AI has foregrounded is not new. It actually started during the time of television. The dumbing down of imagination and the dumbing down of reading as a practice. And we need to engage. The colleague said, do not speculate, investigate. How we have to get involved. So for me, that conversation around AI and IT means we need to take ourselves out of this silo of being humanities and social science people and get into that field and see what we can do and what can be done in that field. What I took from it for remembering your words, Prof. Siepe, is this is a site of struggle we seem to be neglecting, a significant site of struggle. We talk a lot about the sociology textbooks, we talk a lot about the theories, we hardly talk about this. Then I think one of the colleagues kind of gave what in church evangelical circles we call the testimony, how these engagements have alerted her to her need to embrace her African self, have alerted her to how in the past she had constructed herself along the lines of an expectation that is actually colonial in orientation, and how we need, that forced us into discussing how we need to reconsider those interventions were largely from me, how we see Africa, how we see our university, how we see our students, inspired a lot by Dr. Pedro's initial interventions, how we see Africa, how we see ourselves, because we tend to transfer, in my estimation, the way we see Africa to things that are considered African, how we need to rethink that. And the last intervention, which I think is also very, very powerful and very forceful, draws on the interventions by Professor Brown, who took us to the booklet in our hands to show a programmatic step of action. And that intervention calls for us to ensure that while we talk and talk and talk and talk, not the words of the colleague, we must remember that we have to act as well. And we have to act in ways not necessarily the ways we seem to have, we are currently acting, which do not promise on the face of it significant change. And I share that sentiment that the current ways we deal with the outcomes of these discussions do not seem to promise significant foreseeable change, that we need to change gear in that regard. My interaction was that, yes, that's true. But the fact that many of us appear, from my personal experience and from what we see in the general discourses, many people still question whether we are not wasting time. So perhaps the talking is necessary until such a point we can come out like the set of 1976, the students of 1976, the students of 2015, we might become the students of 2024 who come out and say, we pulled down the Statue of Rhodes, why do we still have a Rhodes University? I'd like to invite the rapporteur of the other group to make their report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I was just handed this document to read. I'm not the scribe. She has gone and given the task to me. It's a lengthy document, so I'll just summarize it. We began with the knowledge that we already have and thought that we could invest biographical knowledge, which we will prepare and get into a state of readiness to impart that knowledge and to teach it. And then we went to reconfiguring existing knowledge to suit what we want as an African university, and then considered the geographic location of the university and the kind of output in terms of scholarship that we're looking at there. We thought that that output could influence the values of the university and the profile of our students. Then we went to the issue of information and knowledge dissemination, which is one thing that we believe we should be implementing now. It comes from the question of our own identity as a university, that we've identified ourselves first as Africans and then as an African university, which requires us to understand what it is to be African, the culture, the identity, and services that we can provide to the African child. When it comes to the decolonization of the curriculum, we're looking at it as a way of addressing social justice and changing the paradigm to fit the African context. So we began with the self-concepts at the individual level within the geographical location where we find ourselves. And we went on to looking at postgraduate supervision, where even our research methods would have to be decolonized. And then would go further to decolonize even the teaching material that we use or that we make available to our students. In all of this, we're seeking to dismantle the master narrative, which would entail also reconsidering the certain enabling legal structures that we practice as an African university, which are based mainly on Roman Dutch laws. So all of these systems that govern our function would also have to be reconsidered. So in the teaching practice itself, we will be looking at how we teach and how that extends to our curriculum and the roles that we play as lecturers as we go on to decolonize the curriculum. And as we do the same in our specific disciplines, which we accepted when first introduced to us. The intention was to colonize us. So what we're doing is a pushback against the original intentions of the curriculum that were imposed from outside. Then there was a contribution from the criminal justice aspect or side of this thing to say the assumption now is that the system begins with what we have, with the police doing their investigations, with the court system and then the corrective side or the penal court. And that ignores what used to be on the African continent before the coming of the criminal justice system that was imposed by the West. Perhaps when we teach, we should go back to what used to be before the colonial order. How were these things processed? And then when it came to curriculum design and change, we felt that apart from removing the textbooks or prescribed works, as in the case of our own department, where we've removed much of English literature texts and replaced them with Afrocentric ones, we felt that this is a broader call that goes beyond surface interventions like changing the text, which would require us to change the whole philosophy of teaching, the whole ideology behind our teaching practices, and the end product as to what kind of student we want to come out of that process. In what way have the thinking or the modes of thinking or the mindsets being transformed by the curriculum that we're offering? And we hinge this also on the African thought. So that when it comes to our own department, that's why we propose that beyond these cosmetic changes, we would even have to consider a new degree, which would be a platform from which we can even do further interventions that speak to what we need to do as an African university. And then there were contributions also on the publishing front. The feeling that students themselves could generate information that can be used for teaching, like in the African languages department. They've produced an anthology, I think, of poems that was done by students themselves working with the staff in the department, which after being published will be used in the teaching process so that students themselves study from what has been produced within the university and within the faculty, using knowledge that is locally generated. And then this would also involve publishing with students, them creating their own learning material and contributing to the teaching processes in that way, or the materials available for teaching in that way. And then there were short stories also from colleagues and students, which was done as a project in the same department, which the department called for, and they had submissions in other languages. And therefore, they're thinking that that could be taken forward by way of publishing more of that content and identifying local knowledge and encouraging students to use that knowledge. And then training academics on indigenous knowledge systems and creating institutions or platforms within departments that can be used to convey those thoughts. As I come to the end, the colleagues will fill in where I may have left some other things out. Okay, so there was some radical thinking also when it came to how we deal with the psychological states or mental states of our students, leaning from what other universities have done, like UKZN, wherein they've an employed Isangoma working in the school for consultation, where students who have got problems who need that kind of intervention are referred, and where they get help in as much as they would get similar help from other Western designs of such interventions. That could be something that the university could consider, employing such personnel, and that's a way of also of promoting our own indigenous knowledge systems and dealing with health, with mental health issues as well. I think that would be all. I just summarized, but colleagues, if there's stuff that I left out, I would give way so you can come and fill in. Oh, that's enough. Thank you very much.
I was reading a very interesting paper by J.K. Rowling. Actually, J.K. Rowling, the one who wrote, whose works end up being turned into movies. I don't know how many of you know the work of Rowling. She was she was invited to address Harvard, what they call commemoration. And she said because she had graduated about 21 years ago, she tried to think about what the guest speaker had actually said as a way of trying to guide her how she's going to address this august body at this august occasion. And it says the person who gave the graduation address was one of British great philosophers. And as she tried to think on what she said, she could remember nothing. And she said, at least that's the best way to start, where she can't remember anything that this one said. But the work is very important. Her speech is very important because it's a paper that looks at almost celebration of failure. What are actually the title is the fringe benefits of failure and imagination. It's actually worth really reading. And listening to the rapporteurs, at least I can say you guys did better than her when she listened to the graduation speech. That at least there was a lot that emerged out of this engagement. But I wanted to also touch on a few things that were said as we wrap up. I think it's always important to remind ourselves where we started. Today's session was really to deal with contemporary politics of knowledge. And with other people elsewhere, it is always very difficult to deal with that aspect. We are lucky in South Africa in the sense that we have politicians and political masters who are very clear that education is not neutral. And those who may not have benefited from the works of Paul Freire, Verwoerd is a good example to say, when we entered this space, there is an intention, and that intention has colonial interest, has economic interest and all that. So we are at least clear on that. Then the second part is what do you do about it? And again, Freire provides an answer that education can serve that purpose where you integrate the younger generation into the logic of the system, or it can serve as a practice of freedom. And through which, or the means through which men and women create or transform the world. So that is what we are trying to grapple with. How do we transform our institutions? And of course, the question that Petro was raising is that how ambitious are we? Is it not a reckless ambition to think you can use the same system of subjugation to free yourself? And again, going back to Audre who says the master's tools cannot destroy the master's house. Those are the questions that we must continue to raise. So what it does, it shows that the struggle is not easy. Actually, no struggle that is meaningful is easy. If it's too easy, then it was never a struggle. And related to that is the fact that we must understand that we are working within a self-reinforcing ecosystems where instruments, systems, structures are all established to reinforce the agenda of apartheid and colonialism. So when you deal with these issues, you are dealing with a number of areas that needs to be handled. And in a way, Professor Brown was able to give us an inkling in terms of how this elephant will have to be fought. It will be fought at various levels. One, it will be structural within the entire higher education system, where there's a need to confront even the powers that be. I mean, if you think about the fees must fall, the roads must fall, it was not at the institutional level, it was more at the systemic level. So there'll be a systemic response that they will have to undertake. There will be a need for us to engage the structures that have been put there to make sure that you continue having difficulty in breathing. Then there's also institutional, and at the institutional level, it's also very important because it's also about the allocation of resources. Then there's also at the department level and within also the discourses. What do you do in the classroom and what is taught in the classroom? And there are also low-lying fruits that you can play around with. I mean, I'll give you an example that when the new regime, the new government got in, and you had the Black people getting into parliament, one of the most obvious things that they had to deal with was a removal of a legislation that was clearly racist. So there are things that you can do immediately that are low-lying hanging fruits. For instance, what my brother taught me was every time he goes and reads, buys a book, the first thing that he does is to look at the back, to look at who has been consulted. And you'll find that Black people disappear. Once it's a book where there's no input by African people, he doesn't even bother because he has already been exposed to the other side. He's more interested in what he's not exposed to. So it's no point for him to bother reading that. I mean, sometimes I have that sense when I read the media because of the groupthink that I curse myself, why did I waste time? Because what you get there is a toxicity, and there's a groupthink. You read one newspaper, it's the others say the same thing because they are owned by the same master. So again, we need to understand those things immediately so that we don't waste our time. Then there's also an element of to what extent are you going to be spending time critiquing as opposed to advancing your views? There are two, what I was saying, and Dr. Zeleno was saying that we need to understand that we are in a situation of flux, of transition. 30 years is nothing, where we have the old is dying and the young cannot be born, So that you need to know, would you want to spend more time killing this one, or do you want to spend more time bringing this one to life, So those are the decisions that we have to make. So I thought that having to understand that all of us have roles to play, this is a bigger challenge. But at the same time, understanding that there will be resistance. And resistance must also be seen as a pushback that demands that we must up our game. And of course, there'll be moments of anger, like in any struggles. There'll be casualties in that, but that's what struggle is all about. But it is better than the gregarious accumulation of the way things are. So that, to me, is very critical. And I do think, just to pick up on what Professor Akumi was saying, is the statement that says we have a responsibility to do what I call disrupt the geopolitical imagination of apartheid. And in doing that, you say the group said we should spend less time speculating, but we must investigate, especially when it comes to AI. And other people would also say we must also spend time moaning about things that happen to us. And when you read Biko, Biko will tell you that it's useless for you to spend time complaining, listing how you are disadvantaged. You should understand that comes from a particular logic. But what you are saying is that you must not agonize or spend time agonizing. You must go and organize. And that is where we are. And organizing also means that we must have our own platforms. And the platform starts also with publication. And when I was a student many years ago, I realized that while I did mathematics, a professor who I thought I was going to invite, but I since found that he has passed on, he was saying most of what we do in mathematics is that we study mathematics. And I tried to understand what he was saying. He says, we don't do new mathematics. He says there's a difference. People who study English or study languages, they will write essays. That is, they contribute to new discourse, there's a creativity there. So he says what we need is to not only study mathematics, but we must mathematize. That is, we must be engaged in the practice of coming up with something new. So that was very interesting for me. And again, in social science terms, it may be called engage in idea formulation and idea creation. And at the moment, we are not yet there. There's still a small number of us who are participants. Others are simply mere onlookers. And the other thing that I discovered, which when I worked in government for almost 10 years, something that fascinated me was that every policy that we had had to be benchmarked. And initially I thought it was a good idea to do that. But then I realized that the benchmarking exercise was actually a form of laziness on our part. Because all we did, we had a problem and we went to check who else has a similar problem. Oh, we thought, oh, this guy, they have this. Oh, they go to this one, oh, this one's have this. And then you come up with a hodgepodge and then you put together and you say, oh, you've got the answer. But this ends up not working. It's the same as our constitution. We got excited about the constitution and you said, no, it's the best constitution in the world because it has taken almost every idea wherever you can find it. Then you find that it's not workable. That 30 years down the line, we cannot even address a simple thing like land. I mean, if you look at Sol Plaatje, when he talked about land in 1913, and you look at the survey that was done on land about 4 years ago, we have never moved an inch, yet we have the best constitution in the world. So these are things that should actually tell you that getting a lot of hodgepodge is not an answer. But I found that with that benchmarking, what we were doing, we were outsourcing the responsibility of thinking. What you need to do is identify a problem, think it through, try to come up with a solution, and see if somebody else has tried it and what were the results. But simply jumping all over, I mean, we spend a lot of money on benchmarking, and I'm guilty as charged until I realized that despite the fact that I've been to almost every part of the world, but that benchmarking exercise was simply a mark of laziness. We don't think through. And if you go to the guys in Japan, you go to the guys in the US, once they have a problem, they don't benchmark. They take the responsibility to think it through and to come up with an answer. And as we'll talk tomorrow, we'll also talk about how knowledge is colonized and how we remain colonized in our practice towards knowledge. And that is what we will deal with tomorrow. Then the comment that Professor Appomi was making is the non-realization of what other departments are doing, which is something that we need to address. Because it's important to also know that we have people who are excelling in in the game at the global level. I had the privilege of going to Indonesia with Professor Elumanai, and I discovered that he belongs to the top 2% in the world in hydrology. I mean, we had scholars in hydrology making presentations, and when he stood to ask questions, you could see the other professors sweating that they hope the question is not going to be too difficult, you know. But that's how good he is. Professor Neva Basadu is also top of this game in nanotechnology. You know, we have Professor Changas. I don't know how many of you know that he is one of the top nuclear physicists we have, not only in this country but internationally. That when we had a conference here of nuclear physics, we produce more nuclear physicists than any university in this country. So these are the things that we are also very good at. These are what you call our flagships. We need to be able to identify that. And as a result, because of his expertise, he's also a professor of York University in nuclear physics. And most importantly, these two professors, whenever they go abroad, they take their students. When I was still here, I was very angry to discover that he gave us, Professor Changas gave us a problem, because when COVID came, the first thing that we did at session is to find out where are our students, where are our professors. And Professor Changas was could not travel, he was in England with our students, you know. So fortunately, it was before there was a total lockdown. But if there was a total lockdown, we would have had to pay his salary for 2 years, and the students, they could not travel back, you know. But the point is, here's a professor who is able to expose the students to some of the best machines. I mean, if you understand the CERN is like the Himalaya of physics. You go there, I mean, what they're trying to do, you can take a simple sample and you go expose it. You have to try to find time, and to book there can take you a number of years. But with him, he goes there almost every year to do that. And with one sample you put there, you can actually produce a number of PhDs. That's why if you look at his work, he has produced more masters and doctoral students. Because so we do have that, and we need to know that we are not there. We don't enter, our posture is not to enter the world as juniors, as unequals. We enter the world with the sense of confidence. You know, I mean, last week I was in the last two, I don't know, Professor Akume, because you're the one who attends most of my public lectures. I had 2 lectures that I gave recently at Penn State. One of them was for 3 hours, from 1 o'clock in the morning. And of course, I sent my invitation to my colleagues, and only Professor Akume woke up at 1 o'clock. And you can understand that I had to wake up at 12 and prepare myself, put it somewhere, because I was going to be speaking from 1 o'clock till 4 o'clock, you know, to the postgrad students. But the point is that we should take ourselves seriously. We should never enter with a sense of doubt. And guys, the other truth is that Sfondile, we've been in the school, and the black people, they like always learning. Let me put it this way, they like being perpetual students. There's a time that we must stop being perpetual students, when you must actually reflect on this knowledge to what extent does it advance knowledge? Because simply being able to write exams is not a mark of brilliance. It's simply a mark of you can remember. So but what we are engaged in again is it's a search for social justice. And that social justice cannot be achieved without us addressing epistemic justice. So I thought that is important. And the last, that before I move on, is every site must be a site of struggle. It must be a site where we create and celebrate doubt. And it should be When we do that, we'll be able to enter the world not as emotional cripples, but will enter the world as people with something to give. And in doing that, we'll be reclaiming the idea of a university. Because universities, by definition, are social institutions that have been established to identify social, economic, cultural challenges of their own society and try to find solutions. But African universities have not been doing that. They've been actually found wanting. One area of expertise that I did not mention is what I call our agriculture. As we enter that, I also want to say, when I talk about disrupting the geopolitical imagination of apartheid, is to understand that all South African universities are apartheid universities. They were there to advance the interests of colonial administration. They were there to advance the apartheid interest. So no university should actually come here and pretend that it is superior to us. So if you understand that, then you cannot enter that space. Actually, you'll find that it is historically white universities that were more damaged because they became more active enforcers of apartheid ideologies and apartheid constructed the scholarship. So don't see yourself as disadvantaged. Be an expert in your area. I don't know how many of you, maybe how many of you know a guy called Julius Wilson? He was a professor. Well, I think he's still at Harvard. He's a professor, and probably the highest paid professor in the world. A few years ago, I don't know who else is paid more money, and he specialized in poverty. Can you? You're highest paid in the most richest university, and he specialized in poverty. So you tell people who are poor about their condition. We should be able to talk about the notion of disadvantage. We should be able to talk, as Professor Kunene was doing in her work, the biotechnologies in terms of in terms of animal reproduction of the Ngunis. So there's a lot that we can do here that would be original. So if you're not original, you are not worth being respected. The language issue will continue to be very central. And as Dr. Mzileni was saying here, that when he raised the issue, he was not calling for the abolishment of some people's departments. I thought the provocation was ideological, but I saw it as now more economic. Economic interests were at the center. But then, nonetheless, the issue is there are many people who have dealt with the issue of language. And Ngugi in the decolonizing of the mind. I'll touch on that tomorrow about what he calls what colonization did more as a cultural bomb that has been planted. But one of the things that he says when he was asked why, after being so successful in writing in English, you produce your books have more than a few million copies printed. And he was asked, why are you writing Kikuyu? And his response was very simple, that I'm Kikuyu. And of course, as he also, in his rebuttal as a person, do you ever ask Shakespeare, why does he write in English? So there is nothing wrong in affirming ourselves. The most important thing about decolonization is our right to be, not the right to be junior partners of other people, but is to say we are not children of a lesser God. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Siepe. Thank you, colleagues. It's what is the time now? Yeah, that's what happens in a class situation. The students always know the time better than the guy facilitating because they want to leave. I want to thank everyone for their patience and the engagement. It's exhausting. This is exhausting. Let's not pretend. It's exciting, but it's also exhausting. And we also thank Professor Siepe. Can we give him one more round of applause? We are requested to please, where's the place, Samke? Okay. We want to line up to be executed as, I beg your pardon, we have to line up for a photograph. We have to line up for photographs quickly before we leave. But of course, we all know that the program continues tomorrow at 8:30. Let us please try to be here in time. Arrive here before 8:30, about 8, take some tea, and be seated at 8:30 when the program will continue. With the kind permission of the Dean and the guest speaker, I would like to announce that today's program is closed. Is that correct, Dean? I would like to announce that today's program is closed. Thank you.